We're live from Redondo Beach. This is the Planning Commission, City of Redondo Beach Planning Commission, Thursday, May 18th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. May I have a roll call vote?
Sure. Commissioner Boswell?
Here.
Commissioner Godek is absent. Commissioner Hazeltine?
Here.
Commissioner Hensley?
Here.
Commissioner Lamb?
Here.
And Chair Gaddis.
I'm here, and we're calling this to order. And Commissioner Boswell, will you lead us in the salute to the flag?
I certainly will,
Thank you.
if you can keep up.
Yeah, try.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. We have an order of agenda. I understand there's a change to our order of agenda, and that would be a microphone that doesn't work.
Maintenance budget.
There we go.
Okay.
So item L1 is going to be moved to the June 15th Planning Commission meeting. So we will not have L1 tonight.
Okay. And L2 is a discussion and not a public hearing. So we'll keep that in mind as we move through our agenda here. Okay, may I have a motion to approve the order of agenda?
Motion to approve the order of the agenda.
And we have a second?
I second it.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Wait,
Clarifying, approving the order of
Did you
agenda,
object?
removing item L1,
Removing.
removing,
Removing.
okay, got it.
Oh, okay. I was hoping my preface achieved that, but I guess it didn't. Formally removing.
Okay, got it.
Okay. So all those in favor of removing item L1, say aye.
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 All those against say no. Motion carries. All right, blue folder items. Blue folder items are additional backup materials to administrative reports and/or public comments received after the printing and distribution of the agenda packet for receive and file. Were there blue folder?
Yeah.
There were?
There were blue folder
Oh,
items.
it's this thing. Oh, okay. All right, okay.
There were blue folder items on the non-agenda items and on item L2.
Okay. Do I have a motion to receive and file the blue folder items?
Motion to receive and file blue folder items.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. Motion carries unanimously. All right, the consent calendar. Consent calendar are business items except those formally noticed for public hearing or those they are pulled for discussion or assigned to the consent calendar. Commission members may request that any consent calendar items be removed, discussed, and acted upon separately. These items removed from the consent calendar will be taken up under the excluded consent calendar section, and those items remaining on the consent calendar will be approved in one motion. I will call on anyone wishing to address the commission on any consent calendar item on the agenda which has not been pulled by the commission for discussion. Each speaker is permitted to speak only once, and comments will be limited to a total of 3 minutes. Do we have any consent calendar items that need to be pulled?
Yeah, can I pull F2?
Okay, F2 is pulled. The other two consent items, do we have any comment? Any comment on any of the other two? Do I have a motion to approve?
Is there
F1 and
anyone on Zoom?
Yeah, we do have someone on Zoom.
Okay.
She has her hand raised.
Okay, is that on the consent
Perlow?
calendar item?
Oh, she wants, Perlow, I think, wants,
Let's see.
she wants to speak on L2.
She has her hand raised. Ms. Perlow, do you have any comments regarding consent items?
Is that Commissioner
If you
Godin?
can unmute yourself.
No comments right now, but I'm here.
Thank you.
All right. So approval of F1 and F3, motion?
Motion to approve the consent calendar except item F2?
Second?
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. Approved unanimously. All right, Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, I wasn't here last month, so I'm not going to vote. I can't vote on the minutes, or I shouldn't, so I'll abstain.
That's all you're just abstaining from it? You're not pulling it? Okay.
Well, I had to pull it to vote on it separately.
Okay. All right. Okay. So with that being said, we'll approve that consent calendar item. Which one was it? Oh, that F2? Yeah. All those in favor say aye. All
Aye.
right. All those against say no. All right. Approved. All right. So public participation on non-agenda items. This section's intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. Section's limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the commission. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. Written requests, if any, will be considered first under this section. Do we have any comments on non-agenda items?
We do not have any e-comments. Ms. Perlo, did you want to speak on non-agenda items? Your hand is raised. You can unmute yourself if.
Hi. Sorry about that. It's first time. I'm here to speak. I think it's an agenda item regarding the Planning Commission and the community. So I'm not sure where I've been speaking with a couple people on the Planning Commission today regarding a property that's being built behind our home and some concerns in general about what is going on in the neighborhood and with just the size and the structures going up in the community.
Okay, you can hold on. That would be actually item L2. So when you hear us talk about L2, then you can raise your hand again.
Okay, perfect.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right.
I don't think it's an L2.
Yeah, it sounds like,
She wanted to talk.
yeah,
about
she was
that.
talking about size and
Yeah.
buildings in her neighborhood and stuff.
Design guidelines.
It's not concerning the specific project going on next door.
It's both. I mean, from what I understand.
Whatever's appropriate. It just didn't sound like it was
Sounds
L2.
pertinent to L2.
Okay.
Okay. All right. We don't have any public hearings, so there is no ex parte communication to go over. Items continued from previous agendas? No, nothing? Okay. Items for discussion prior to action? Anything? No?
Yes, so the discussion, that would be item L2. So we're on to
Okay.
that. Yeah,
All right. So item L2, discussion.
great. So this is the discussion on the update to the city's residential design guidelines to make them objective residential standards. And we do have a presentation tonight. We have our consultant from CityWorks, we have Lisa Padilla and Pat Smith, and then as well, our planning manager, Sean Scully, is here with us tonight. And this is our objective residential standards. We'll go through a little bit of the background. We have some glitches here in council chambers, just so that you're aware. We had a week and a half ago, there was a power surge, so things may not come up on your screen. That's why we gave you a hard copy of the presentation. It will be on the main screen and on the video. So,
Okay.
so we'll start with the presentation document. On page 2, we're going to go through our agenda for tonight is, if we could leave the presentation up. There we go. Great. Thank you. The goals for tonight, we'll go through those. We're going to recap the Planning Commission's direction from our last discussion on this at the March 29th special meeting that we had. We're going to go through the key changes to the objective residential standards, and then the clarifications that we made that were part of the Planning Commission's direction. So the next slide. The goals for tonight, we're going to share those key changes based on the March 29th feedback. We're going to walk through the approach that we took to making some of the clarifications. We'll answer commission questions, there'll be discussion. We're going to come back again then at the June 15th meeting. That's going to be a public hearing on June 15th to make final recommendations to City Council. In that resolution will also be the ordinance revisions that will be for implementing the the objective residential standards. Right now, there's a reference in the zoning to our residential design guidelines, and it's more about the intent of those rather than actually the implementation. So it'll be just a small change to the zoning. That will be in that resolution. And then as well, similar to what we've done with other resolutions where we have, here are the list of all the recommendations from the Planning Commission. At that point, you can put recommendations that you want City Council to consider to make for revisions to the document. We're not looking at making changes from tonight to June. We want you to have the opportunity to review the document in that time frame, and then we'll get the recommendations to City Council, and they'll be able to then work with the document with those recommendations. So the process to date, just as a reminder, and towards the end of 2021, we had our first focus group meeting with the kind of the design community. And then as well, we had our first meeting with the Planning Commission. At the beginning of 2022, we had a community meeting, had a public survey with almost 1,000 responses. And then we were working on preparing the draft objective residential standards. Yeah.
Quick question. We do have members of the audience tonight. We didn't discuss when it would be that they are going to be able to talk. So I wonder if we could just mention
we're going to go through our presentation and we turn it over to you as the commissioners. And at that point, you can get the feedback from the community. We want to make sure that we get through what the revisions were to the document so that anybody who might have been watching or has rewatched the video from the March 29th meeting will get an understanding of what has changed, and as well you will. And then you can decide if you want to go to the public right away, if you want to ask questions, and how you want to proceed.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
So throughout the spring and summer of last year, we were preparing a first draft. We brought that to the Planning Commission subcommittee. It was an internal draft, and then we took the considerations of the subcommittee and put that into a public draft that was issued in January. And we also released FAQs, frequently asked questions, so that people understood what the document is, what the intent is. And then we collected input from the public on that draft, and we held a focus group meeting in March, again, our second one with the design community. They had a copy of the draft, so they were able to provide their feedback. And then we had the Planning Commission, the Joint Planning Commission community meeting on March 29th, where we were able to get some additional direction from the Planning Commission on the draft that you have tonight. So tonight we're going to have the third Planning Commission meeting. We will we'll work with the subcommittee as well. So we will have a meeting between now and the June 15th meeting with the subcommittee, so that you can talk about what were some of the comments that come up tonight. And then we'll have that Planning Commission meeting on June 15th for the official recommendations to the City Council, and that will be a public hearing. And then in July, this will go to the City Council for them to discuss and then and give us direction on the draft, on any revisions. And then we'll bring those revisions to the City Council in probably later in August. And this, with the grant deadline that we have, we need to have it adopted in September for that grant funding. So we are, we'll be working really intently, similar to what we were doing with the Planning Commission, with the City Council. They have this draft. They've been notified, to really start looking at it and listening to what the conversations are here. I believe that there's a former planning commissioner that's now a City Council member that might even tune in. I'm not sure. So that's our schedule. And next slide. So the overall goal for the objective residential standards, for those that might just be tuning in, to this process at this point is to streamline the residential application process. We wanted to, right now our residential design guidelines are 20 years old. They're very subjective. There aren't specific standards that we can actually require and force for implementation. So there's a lot of back and forth that happens with an applicant where they're interpreting it a certain way, staff is interpreted it another way, and it ends up creating a lot of delay in applications really getting to that point of being submitted. So we're going to make these standards instead of guidelines so that they're objective, and then also adding R1A. The current residential design guidelines that were adopted in 2003 do not have R1A included. And then we're supplementing the existing zoning ordinance with these requirements. And then we also needed to clarify the ADU ordinance, really make it user-friendly. Right now, that if you try to navigate through the ordinance, it's very tied to what the state regulations are. And it's a little bit more difficult to really understand what you're applying for. So this gives a little bit more layperson's terms. So somebody who's looking to do an ADU or accessory dwelling unit can have an idea of what to expect or what they're allowed to do. And next slide. And I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to you, Lisa.
Good evening, commissioners. So recap on what are objective standards. They are really designed to be very straightforward, clear and easy to understand, especially for your applicants, but also to reflect the existing character of your neighborhoods here in Redondo Beach, so that any new buildings or construction in terms of residential projects are really compatible with what's out there today. And there's a quote here from a government code section, and it's basically saying that it takes out anything subjective from judgment in terms of what would be acceptable, and it needs verifiable information, which is a benchmark, something you can measure or count or apply a point system to. So it's very clear, and that the applicant and then, say, a person on the city side reviewing it, it would be absolutely clear they could both agree on how it was being measured. Next. So in terms of how standards differed from guidelines, you'll see language that's very common with it being required. You'll see shall and you'll see must in the language of the document before you. And then when it's recommended, you'll see should or may. So it's not required, it's more of a guideline. So there's some examples there. You can see, I won't read through all of them. The next slide, though, I will take a little more time on because we developed some examples that are directly from your existing design guidelines, and they do a quick comparison, for example, to the proposed standards. So the first one on top is for roof decks in particular in the R1 zone. Those first two bullets you may recognize from your 2003 design guidelines: should be stepped back from the building edge, et cetera, should be oriented away from neighbors' yards. So those aren't really requirements. So the proposed standard, you'll see the language is more clear. Roof decks shall be set back at least 10 feet from the required first story setbacks on all sides. So I think you'll notice there's a clear difference between those. Example 2 is just using a landscaping example. Again, the top bullet is from your multifamily landscaping section of your design guidelines. And then the proposed one, you can see it introduces shall, and it talks about drought-tolerant live plants. That was a comment from our last meeting in late March, and it specifies a percentage. So it's very measurable. There's nothing subjective to that. So hopefully those examples are helpful for you and for the general public that's tuning into the meeting. Next. So this is a quick recap on the direction you did provide to us in late March. For the second story side setbacks, there was a decision to stick with the proposed 2-foot average, but clarify that it would be no more than 2 feet, but would be more than 2 feet, on each side. There was some concern with public comments, as you know, of having a very tiny setback. So that was clarified and modified. The second story rear setbacks, those were eliminated from the R1A zone. And the R1 zone, it matches the existing bonus language, which speaks about the allowance of an additional 5-foot average. Balconies along the interior side yards, we had a lot of discussion about privacy, you may recall, are not allowed where residential is adjacent. That was a clear direction we got that night. Mezzanines, there were a number of public comments that we heard, and your direction that night was to allow plumbing in mezzanines and walls as well, as long as the space is open to the floor below. There would be no adjacent balcony access allowed, and those mezzanines will be allowed in the R1A zone as well, or continue to be allowed. The height was deemed acceptable as proposed, which is currently the 30-foot height limit. And for roof decks, the decision was that setbacks from the first story in the R1 zone be 10 feet on all sides, and in the R1A zone be 10 feet in front and rear, but 3 feet on the sides. And then there was additional clarification on having solid guardrail sides, and that was related to privacy and visibility. Next. So you also gave us direction on the character area standards, and there was a lot of public comment on these topics. For the TRW track, it was a direction to eliminate the lot depth threshold for roof decks. For the lower avenues, there were comments and concerns about artificial turf, so those are no longer allowed. In the upper avenues, it was clarified that when there is an alley, the garage access must be from the alley. A garage in the front is not allowed, and that to add some language about porches and gabled roof that exists in your current design guidelines to the standards that are proposed. For tandem parking, the direction was not to allow it as part of required parking in R1 or R1A zone, and the carports should not be allowed in the R1 or R1A zone. There was also direction for height on sloping lots. There was a request to develop clear method for calculating height, and my colleague Pat Smith will be speaking shortly and actually walking through the clarifications that we made that are in the current final draft. And then on porches, the direction was to not allow those in the front yard setback. Next slide. The last few topics of direction were for the multifamily, there was a request to separate out the R2 and R3 zone standards from the RMD and RH standards, which we have done. And for compatibility, which covers a number of things, you directed us to address mass, scale, and privacy, and especially things like window placement. We had a lot of discussion about privacy between adjacent residential parcels. There was additions you'll see with updating the application requirements to include a photo montage and to include a contextual drawing of how that project would fit into the neighborhood. And then I think I'd already mentioned for landscape, the focus, the need to clarify live plant material and no artificial turf and no artificial plants. Next slide. This slide summarizes, there were a number of, we called them non-ORS topics because they relate more to the zoning code, and those included discussion of the second story rear setbacks. And I think these were items the commission was discussing and considering for potential future recommendation to city council. So they were just a little bit separate from the ORS. For the second story rear setbacks, to consider eliminating the FAR bonus for second story rear and side setbacks that is in your zoning code today. There was a consideration for roof decks, considering not limiting when those are combined, roof decks and mezzanine, which is currently in your zoning code. It's limited to 500 square feet. And for the FAR, to consider adding FAR limits to R1A, R2, and R3 zones. And then there was discussion about the character areas, considering adding others if the commission or commissioner defines those standards further. And I think there's been definitely some thinking and products submitted on that topic. Next slide. And now I'd like to introduce Pat Smith. Will continue from here. My colleague is a very experienced planner. Thank you, Pat.
Thank you, Lisa. Good evening, everyone. So I think Lisa's kind of gone through the substantive changes. Basically, we made changes to address every every one of your motions. And so those are all in here now, and if we can go in more detail and go through them if you'd like later, but for now, just know that we've addressed all of those and we've made the changes per your motions. In terms of the document's format, the other comment that we'd received from you is to sort of make it more consistent, more organized. So what we've done is we've organized it so that the standards are always on the left side of the page and the illustrations and photos are on the right side, so that whenever you're looking for standards, you always know where to look for them. They're always in the right place. We have added a number of clarifications, and I think it might be simpler to talk about those because they really all revolve around the idea of height and mass on sloping lots. That was really the focus of what we were trying to clarify. So if we go to the next slide. So in going back to do this, to say, okay, let's look at if there's some different way we can look at height and mass on sloping lots, or for that matter, on any lot, we went back and started with looking at what the zoning code actually already says. And I think it sort of became clear that there may be a certain amount of confusion about how to interpret the zoning code definitions. So the first definition, and I think everybody here knows this, but I'll just go through it, is a story. First, you have to figure out if it's a story, the first floor is a story or not. And it's a story if more than 50% of the perimeter of that understory space is more than 4 feet above existing grade, basically, right? So we, sort of trying to create this system where when staff is reviewing plans, they are like, okay, first we look and figure out if it's a story. And I think, Sean would say that for the most part, this has been done quite consistently in recent history, although I see some, I still look out there and say, I see some 3-story buildings, but that was then, and now we're looking at what is happening now. So we're trying to clarify what our little diagrams over there show is that the first one is, we have that little dashed line around there that's 50% of the perimeter of that understory space. And less than 50% is more than 4 feet above existing grade. So that is a basement. But the other one, more than 50% of the perimeter is more than 4 feet out of grade. So that is actually a story, not a basement. So that's the first important point that needs to be checked, right? And then the next one, if we go to the next slide.
Just a quick question, a question about questions. I have a lot of questions about this because, I'm sorry, I don't understand it. So do you want me to wait until it's over and then we'll come back to it? Yeah, okay.
Might clear some of it up, and if it doesn't,
Right.
I'm sorry, I'm totally challenged.
You do not need to apologize. The point of having the clarification is because it has not been clear.
Okay. So once you figure out whether it's a basement or a story, then the next question to ask is, if it's a basement, does it count as gross floor area or not? And there's another definition in the code for that. And so what this definition says that where basements, if the finished floor above the basement, which essentially, let's just say the basement, the finished floor above the basement, which is the first floor, is more than 2 feet above either existing or finished grade. And so that's just like existing grade is where the grade was before you started. Finished grade is after you've put terraces and whatnot into it. Whichever is lower, which is important, but only within the front 40 feet of the lot, which, so, and you've got a 25-foot setback, so it's, or in some cases a 20, so it's really only the first 15 feet typically of the building, right? sometimes it counts and sometimes it doesn't. And you have to do the same kind of analysis that's done for stories. You have to look at that and see where that first floor is relative to existing and finished grade.
Yeah, if I may, real quick, if you recall at the March 29th meeting, there was, the point was, well, let people have basements. Nobody sees them, right? Well, sometimes they do. And that's what that clarification of that gross floor area. When you don't see it, when it really is like 2 feet, you really can't discern that when you're looking at the structure. That's when that's not going to count towards the gross floor area. When it does is when, if in that first 40 feet, if it's greater than 2 feet from the grade, that you can see of that basement. So that's what that particular slide was going into, but it is confusing.
It is confusing. And it's important to clarify that what the code says is, except the garage. I mean, you're going to see the garage, right? Okay.
You're going to see the garage.
You're going to see the garage, the whole garage. So, but what we're talking about is, other than the actual garage doors in the front, the sides. So if you go back to that, if we look at that slide again, and see this little diagram, it's showing like existing grade is the, what did he do? Solid line, and finished grade is the dashed line. And so in the case of the first picture there, the first diagram, the finished grade is higher than the existing, so it's the existing grade that you're going to be measuring relative to. And it shows that in this particular case, much more than 2 feet of the sides of that basement are above the existing grade, as well as, above the existing grade, yeah. So that counts as floor area, whereas in the next one, it's less, that because in this little example we used the same slope, but we said if you sloped your driveway down and lowered your whole building down into, about 3.5, 3 3/4 feet down, then that would be entirely a basement. It would be less than 2 feet above existing grade. So those are two kind of typical examples. So in one case, it counts as gross floor area, and in the other case, it doesn't. And it just is something that staff has to systematically go through, just like they do with existing grade. They figure out what the existing grade is. They figure out what stories are and what gross floor area is. So next, so we said, okay, now we know that. So the important things that we have done, we have, and this is a change that we made between last meeting and now, which is we decided to suggest that the additional second story setback that is in the rear for most properties would be in the front for the sloping lots, because the key to reducing the mass is to step the building back, right? To push it incrementally back. So that setback from the front average setback is 15 feet instead of 10 feet. And then very importantly, the mezzanine restrictions make a big difference, because the mezzanine restrictions say that the mezzanine can be no more than 1/3 of the total area of the second floor. If you have a second floor mezzanine, it has to be set back 15 feet from the front of the second story. So you're pushing it back as well. And then if you go to the next slide, if you look at that in section on sort of a typical, like this is a 15-20% probably slope that we're showing right here. If you're standing across the street from, or in sort of in the middle of the street in this case, and looking up, you will really not be able to see the mezzanine because the mezzanine is pushed to the back of the building. And here's a couple of examples in the next slide. these aren't like 100% perfect, but we're looking for some of the existing buildings that have kind of done that. Both of these, and you probably know them, both of them actually have mezzanines, and you can just barely see the mezzanine on the right, and you can't see it on the left from the street because it's pushed so far back and the buildings step back up the slope. So those are what we have done to try to clarify that if a understory space is actually not a basement, it needs to be considered a story. That's number one. Second, you need to count the FAR if per code it should be counted, which will reduce the mass of the rest of the building. And then you have to step the building back significantly so that when you're viewing it from the street, it's not looming over you and you're not seeing the mass that you would see if that was all just pushed to the front of the parcel.
Yeah, and just to clarify, so on a lot that doesn't have that slope, if we could leave the slide up, that would be great. So if you're on a lot that doesn't have that slope, they're going to have that additional 5-foot setback in the second story from the rear. And then they're going to have certain setbacks with a mezzanine if they choose to do that from the side and rear yard. Or excuse me, the side and front yard. So what this is saying on the sloping lots, if you recall, it was like, well, how do you measure it and still allow them to build the things that, a non-sloping lot could do? And this is just saying, well, instead of that, if it's a sloping lot and it qualifies as that, instead of that additional 5-foot setback on the second story from the rear, you'd add that to the front. And then with the mezzanines, just allowing that to be further in to the back of the house. So it doesn't have to have that step back from the back of the house, because that's where it's keeping the massing, for these examples here, where you're not going to see that mezzanine from the street level, which, I think that was the concern, is now it's going to look like a 4-story building. Here, you're looking at something that's, yes, the garage might be, feel a little bit more prominent, but you're not seeing that mezzanine on top of it. So it was addressing the concerns that we heard from the public, if you recall, of, well, we don't want to lose out on the opportunity of having a mezzanine when other properties have that available to them. So it was, how do we measure that in a way that creates this, that addresses the scale and massing concerns? And I know that's a lot of information. It took us a lot of consideration on how we make sure that we define and explain that in the document.
We have a lot of questions.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so let's, do we want to go on to the next?
I think.
Or are we there? Okay, so we're there. So now we are open for your questions and discussion. Again, we'll come back on June 15th for the official recommendations to City Council. But this, we wanted to point out how we addressed all of the different motions that I appreciate everybody pushing, making happen last meeting. So we had some direction to bring to you tonight.
Do you think we should look for public comment first, or what do you think?
Yeah, let's start
I think
with public.
we have a max of 3, right? We have 1 person online, right?
Yes.
And then 2 people in the room possibly want to comment. It's only 3, so we might as well do it, right? Yeah, if you could introduce yourself.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kimberly Ventura. I've been an on and off resident of Redondo Beach for 40 years. Actually, a little bit longer than that, but we own property here for 40 years. I am seeing, we currently have a neighbor that has actually purchased a home and demolished an existing house and has not put us on notice and performed an excavation, which has now subjected our house to lateral subjacent support issues. Our land is sliding. Our patio is cracking. Part of our building is actually tilting. And there's been a lot of issues in trying to get this addressed. We were not put on notice. I don't know whether or not that the city has made it clear as to what the actual California Civil Code 832 states, that you must put people on notice. the building department is actually addressing this now. As everybody's aware, Redondo Beach is built on a sand dune. That's historically. And our dirt under our ground, takes many, many years to settle, if at all. And we have these large structures going up right now. And basements are apparently becoming very trending. Not to deprive anybody of it, but to it be done correctly. And to have our building department very educated in making sure that it's done correctly. We are currently addressing a lot of issues in regards to different types of shoring reports and soil engineer reports. And we have no clue, because we're not engineers, we're just residents, that all of a sudden started watching our backyard sinking. So I think that when you're making your recommendations for the future, it's beautiful to have these big, beautiful homes. But I mean, it's not just about making them beautiful and fitting into the community, but making it safe for the community and the residents in it that have been here for years upon years upon years. Mm-hmm. So that's basically all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did we get her name?
Yeah, we got your name at the beginning, right?
Kimberly Ventura, Avenue B.
Okay, thank you.
Where is this going on?
Avenue B?
Avenue B, somewhere on Avenue B, huh?
700 block.
Okay, thank you.
We have an online comment.
Yes, Ms. Carrie Perlow, if you wish to speak, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, hi. I live on Gertruda, and we are currently going through construction right behind us. And it's a very large home. And listening to this presentation tonight was very interesting because now I'm understanding why they're constructing it the way they are, but there's a huge mass because it's a downward slope. Huge home, and it's almost like it's encroaching on all the neighbors on the back, with our backyards and our bedrooms. So there's balconies facing our bedrooms, and there's a pool actually being built like 1 foot off the fence. I'm not sure if there's any codes for something like that right now, but I just have an overall concern going through this project, like how much it's going to impact the quality of life in general. So, it's one thing to think about the viewpoint from the street level and not, creating masses of structures. And I understand that. But there's another, objective to really pay attention to people actually living in their yards. I just spent $150,000 building out my backyard. And now all of a sudden, a few feet off my backyard is going to be balconies and people living right on top of me. So I'm just wondering if any of that has been in discussion as well, as far as setbacks from backyards. And, excuse me, because I'm just jumping into this tonight. I don't, obviously you're deep into this in the codes, but I just wanted to just voice my opinion just as a homeowner going through this construction and back. I'm not really sure how the quality of life is going to be now with our home. And a lot of our neighbors are voicing the same concern around here. When I'm thinking about these beautiful avenue streets, Avenue E's, where this house is being constructed, if I think about the size of this home, and if they all go up at that level, we're not going to even have any breathing room. So it's just, is there any discussion about the bigger picture of how much is being built up and how much are we going to really talk about this as a community? What does Redondo Beach want? What does the neighborhood want? Do we want to be Manhattan Beach or Hermosa Beach where we're just cavernous? Or are we going to leave a little bit more breathing room for kids and neighborhoods? So that's my general comment. And I know that you guys are steeped into, the planning part of it. I'm happy to jump in on committees and offer a community point of view, a personal point of view. So I just wanted to express that concern.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
If I might, I wanted to just clarify real quick with that sloping lot discussion we were just having, and I'm sure we'll have more on that. What we were talking about was that second story, the additional step back that we were talking, that we got direction from you on, moving that to the front. However, there's the mezzanine itself would still then need to be set back, and no balconies. If you recall, we changed that to that no balconies would have access off of that mezzanine, so they wouldn't have that upper level.
And they can do that today, right? They can, there's more flexibility today. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. Okay.
All right. Any other public comments?
There are no e-comments on this item and no other Zoom attendees.
All right. Commissioner Lamb, I think I saw your hand up.
I do have lots of questions, but first I wanted to thank Lisa and your staff for the many illustrations and your effort to help us understand all of the new document. And I appreciate very much that you've included many of our suggestions. So let me then go into the basements and those calculations. Again, I'm sort of visually challenged in regards to this, and there it is. So I'm on page 15.
Of the standards,
Of the presentation.
Of the presentation. Should we put the presentation back up just so we can share that with the public? And page 15.
So I have several questions about this. Be sure to tell me when my time is up.
I got my timer running. I'm watching you.
Okay, so this is a downward slope. On the east.
Upward sloping.
Oh, it's an upward slope?
Yeah,
Oh.
so you can see there's.
Never mind.
Now you see how challenging.
So you can, just to orient you. So you see in the front part of the picture where there's the little gray area, the darker gray area, that's like where the driveway would be to get into the garage.
Right. Okay, so
And so that would be the
on
front.
the
That's
east
the
side,
front. That would be on the front.
Okay, so that's the front. On the east side, right, that's going to be, the depth is going to be 9 feet or more. Is that correct?
Of the basement?
Of the basement. It's going to go down 9 feet or so,
Yeah.
right? So it's going down 9 feet. And the grade begins on that west side, right? So there's going to be a down, the slope is going to go down, right?
No, this is going up.
Oh, the slope, but
The street is in the front.
right, but the driveway is going down. It's going down to the
It's going either level
level.
Or
with the
down.
street or down
Down.
a couple feet.
And there are limitations on what the percentage of slope can be on that driveway.
15%,
So,
is that correct?
Correct.
yeah.
Okay, so it's a 15%, what you would call grade? Is that correct? Or no,
Slope.
Slope. 15% slope. Okay, so,
There we go.
so the finished grade is, that part, right?
The finished grade is level.
The green part, Sheila.
No,
The green
no.
part.
No, so, I wouldn't worry, well, I wouldn't
I'm
worry as
trying to
much.
figure out what the 4-foot thing is.
Oh, so it can be either, but let's just, don't worry about finished grade for a minute.
Well, that helps me
Well, there's
visualize.
Okay, there's another code requirement
Oh, okay.
that says that
Okay.
Finish grade cannot be more than
4 feet.
30
Why was
inches
that?
above
I see.
existing
It's
grade
on-
on the sides. But I think
Oh, up
from
there,
a
okay.
practical point of view, typically on the sides, the existing grade is lower than the finished grade, right? Because people will sort of terrace things up.
Yeah, I guess
It'll
we'll focus
step,
on
the
these
slope
things.
will step up a little bit. But
What is she looking
the
at?
point is that the building can't be more than, the first floor can't be more than 2 feet above finished grade or existing, whichever's lower, on the sides.
Okay, so how would you have a 2-foot ceiling? Okay, so if you have a 2-foot ceiling above the finished grade, that means you have to have, and the depth is 9 feet, that means you have to have
7 feet
Hello, Jared.
below,
below.
right.
Okay.
And
And what makes it okay, so you've got the 7 feet below. And what makes it a story and not a basement?
well,
Can you go
this
to-
is, go back
to
to the
slide
previous,
14.
go back to the previous slide. So a story is, do you want to try to explain it?
Hey, I'll do it. I'll do it.
Are you going to try?
I'll do it.
He does it every day.
So the difference here is slide 14, we're talking about what qualifies as a basement. So then it doesn't qualify as a story. That's where if 50% or less than 50% of the total perimeter is 4 feet or less than the grade, or a difference from the grade. So here's story 1. To qualify as a basement, 50% of the perimeter, 50% of the perimeter around can't exceed 4 feet.
Go above.
Correct.
Right, can't,
Can't go above 4 feet. So the grade can't go like, oh, here's 4 feet. Well, part of it's gonna, go more. So it's got to be 4 feet.
Or more, to call it a
Story, right. Or more than 50% of the perimeter being
Right.
over 4 feet.
And,
above it.
and I would add a simpler way to think of, maybe it's not simpler, but just another way to think about it is that the front is always going to be out, right?
Yeah, it's always going to be at grade, right?
Yeah, there's always going to be more than 4 feet out just because of the nature of it. And the back probably is never going to be out. So it's really just the sides that you're focused on again.
On averaging, yeah.
Right. So you're really, like in this diagram, the dashed line is trying to show you 50%, right? And it's just a question of where the building is relative to the grade. There's examples of projects where people have pushed the building back farther so that it sets more into the slope. And, that's one way to do it, right?
Right.
As opposed to bringing it way to the front.
And that would do what?
Then it would make it more likely to not be
Qualify.
a story,
To qualify as a basement.
just qualify as a basement.
Okay. I thought I understood this until the explanation started.
I'm a little more confused
So
too.
I'm in need of going to some real basics here. Exactly what do you mean by finished grade? I assume that the existing grade is the grade of the land,
Okay.
right?
Right.
So what do you exactly mean
So,
by finished
well,
grade?
No, a thing to
I know you
remember
have your
is that
hand
it
up,
isn't
right?
us at all, it's the zoning code. All
I'm
of,
blaming it on you.
no,
blaming it on
I'm
her.
just saying, it's all right
I
there.
didn't write it either.
So existing grade, right? That means the surface of the ground at a stated location. That's not very helpful. But-
Natural slope of the
Right, the
ground.
natural slope, and what the staff does is they look at topo maps, they look at the survey, and they figure out, okay, this is what generally the slope was. And the slopes are relatively intact because of the fact that you can't really go that high above or below them.
You're limited to the 30 inches.
Yeah.
You can't change your existing natural grade more than 30 inches.
So, because
In the side yards.
Right, in the
In the
side.
setback areas.
Right. But what does finished grade mean? Finished grade means the surface elevation after you're done constructing next to your build. Well, it could be anywhere, but the one that we care about is right around the perimeter of the building and really on the sides of the building.
So how you've changed the natural slope to something that's higher up because you put more dirt
Or
there?
lower down,
Yes.
like the finished grade in front of the garage is typically lower than the existing
original.
grade, right? Because
Okay.
you want to come in even or
It's on the
down.
project, I guess.
It does, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the existing grade is the original slope of the hillside.
Right.
The finished grade is what you've done to that
What's
in order to,
left after your construction.
slot this house into the hillside.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's nothing to do with finishing construction of the house. It's the finishing of the land that abuts the house.
Exactly.
Correct.
Okay. All right, now I only know one thing.
All right.
So, and I don't know if this is relevant or not, but I have no idea what you're talking about when you say a 2-foot floor. That can't be a floor. Or a 4-foot floor. It can't
No,
be a
no,
floor.
they're not so the finished floor above the basement. So, okay, so you have a basement. It's typically anywhere from 8 to 10, probably typically 10 feet from the concrete floor of the basement to the,
To the ceiling of the basement.
no, to the finished floor above, not to the ceiling, but it's
Ceiling of the
The
basement.
ceiling of
which
the-
is
the
the
s-
floor above it.
exactly the
Okay.
the finished floor of the first floor.
So there's
8 to
still,
10
there's still going to
feet.
be some construction area. So
And the
like,
floor is going to be so thick, so.
Yeah, it's like a foot. So it's, so typically, when I've looked at the plans that you sent me, it's usually 9.5 to 10 feet, right?
Yeah.
From the,
Floor to floor.
from floor to floor.
Okay.
And so it's just a matter of how much of that 10 feet is above or below existing grade. So, I mean, the cross sections maybe are easy in a way. What?
or finished grade.
Well, in the case of story or basement, it's only existing grade.
Existing
But
grade.
in the case of gross floor area, it is whichever is lower, existing or finished grade. So,
So
it's
whether it's
usually
whether it's a
existing grade as
basement or
well.
a floor depends on how much of it is above the finished
no,
grade.
above the existing grade.
Existing.
Above the existing grade, yes. And
The now underground previously existing grade.
the previously existing grade.
So you still have to keep track of where the grade was originally in order to determine this.
Right,
And
but-
once you've packed a couple of feet of dirt around your house, who's to say?
Well,
Yeah, we'll
you have a
go off the
survey.
Topographic survey that comes in with the plans.
Okay. and
That
those are-
shows the
those are all
grade as it
exactly
exists
perfect.
before the construction.
Okay. So what is it that makes that either a floor or a basement?
If it is more, so it's 10 feet all the way around, the height, right? Let's just say, to be simple.
10 feet all the way back as far as you want to dig into the
Yeah,
hillside?
let's just say somebody does a whole huge basement is 10 feet all the way back. So the question is, if 50% of the perimeter of that whole, they call it an underfloor,
Underfloor,
under-
understory.
understory space, because you haven't decided yet whether it's a story or a basement, whether if 50% of the perimeter or more is 4 feet above existing grade
4 feet or greater.
or greater or more greater. Okay,
Then it's a story,
then it's a story.
not a basement.
Okay, so if 50% of it, so it goes, let's say it goes all the way back to it's basically under the entire footprint of the house. And if the grade is steeper, then you're less likely to have a basement and more likely to have a floor. Or
No, other way
It's
around.
backwards. It's
Opposite.
actually backwards, isn't it?
Yeah.
Exactly.
So the
That's
steeper
exactly
the
correct.
grade, the more likely you're going to have a basement
Yes.
Not a story.
because less of it is 4 feet above
Exactly.
the
Exactly.
existing grade.
Exactly.
All right.
So if it's a floor, now you
Story.
can't build that extra floor on the top.
That's
If it's a
correct.
basement,
You can.
Can.
so if you just push the basement further and further back, you could just jury rig this whole.
Yes. Well, and there are
In
good.
a basement,
Yeah,
Get a
there are other
basement.
limitations, right?
could a basement exceed the footprint of the house and go further back into the hillside?
It could. Well, there's still the setbacks to deal with. You're still required to meet the
It
setback.
could only go back as far as the setback to the
Correct.
property,
Correct.
even though it's
Right.
30 feet underground.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
All right, Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, I have questions on sloping lots since we're here. On page 15, on the floor area, gross floor area or not. For the not gross floor area, I understand if it's judged as like it's basically a basement garage, even that the garage space, not the living space, but the garage space doesn't count against the floor area ratio? That 19 by 19 or for easy math, 20 by 20 garage, 400 square feet is not counted against the floor area ratio?
If it's that 2 feet. So now we're
we
jumping
have
to
a
the
different-
2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm on the, sorry,
You're on
Right.
the second one.
yeah, page.
Yeah. And truly, it's what's in that front 40 feet, is what will count towards gross floor area if it is greater than 2 feet that's exposed.
Okay,
But if it's 2 feet or less that's exposed, then none of it would count towards the gross floor.
On the side.
Whether it's a garage or not.
Yeah, so, and to be clear, when we talk about gross floor area, the only zone residential that has gross floor area ratio requirements is the R1 zone, right?
Yep.
So this only applies to R1 calculations because it's the only one with the floor area ratio. But let me just make sure I understand. So I have a not gross floor area basement garage. The garage takes up some space of that, and maybe there's some living space under there. The garage part of it, 20 by 20, not gross floor area, does not count against the floor area ratio? That 400 square feet does not count in the floor area ratio?
If it is, well, in our example,
Yeah, so the right side.
in one example it does, and the other one it doesn't.
Okay, so can I see the picture?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's page
can you
15
Go
of
right there.
the slide.
Talk about.
Guy up?
I know. I know what I'm talking about. I want to make sure.
Okay.
we
Can
all
you
look
make
at
it
the same
big?
thing.
Can we put the slide on the video wall, please?
There we go.
Okay, the right side.
Yes. So in the right side, because only the garage itself is, only the entrance to the garage is more than 2 feet out, and that is allowed. But the rest of it is less than 2 feet
Okay.
out of grade.
Okay, I get the calculation. What I'm not understanding is like, I get why the floor or the living space that would be in the basement would not be counted. I understand that because it's not visible, doesn't matter, shouldn't be penalized for that. I'm not understanding why the garage doesn't count. Because if that neighbor has across the street and they try to do the same thing, their 400 square feet counts in their floor area ratio, right?
Yeah.
That does not make sense to me.
Well, but that's, yeah.
But it's coming down to the point of that basement. It's,
Yeah.
and truly to hit that 2 foot mark, it's going to be a pretty
Very steep.
heavily sloping, it's much more difficult to get, it's easier to hit the 4 foot mark and have it qualify as a basement, and maybe that front 40 will then count for towards the gross floor area. It's going to be what's on the right side is going to be much more difficult. There are not going to be very many sites that are going to hit that mark.
But the way I see it is in the R1, it's 0.65 is your like floor area ratio. So you can have and up to 0.8 if you have if you meet all the bonuses, which is, I wouldn't say hard to do, but not common to do all of them. But if you have that 400 square foot garage, you can almost have more living space above this basement floor than your neighbor who doesn't have this. Like you can have another 0.4, sorry, 0.04. You can have another 400 square feet because you're not counting your garage. So that's almost like a 0.84.
But on the other hand, the downslope lot can have an entire basement on the downslope side, correct? that doesn't count as FAR.
But they don't have the same calculation? Isn't it more than 4 feet is exposed as a level and more than 2 feet is, does only upward facing?
No, well, it's
Or upward sloping lots?
it's only the first 40 feet of the lot that count, that the FAR, that the floor, sorry, not FAR, but the gross floor area definition applies to. So it doesn't apply to the back side.
Okay.
So as long, but the story versus, the question of story versus basement, the same rule of being more than 50% is 4 feet out of grade.
Okay.
Either way, that applies no matter, that applies to not just sloping lots, but actually, I mean, because there are lots like in the lower avenues where the slope is less than 13.3%. It's like 10%, but it kind of goes flat and then, it goes like that, right? It goes up. And if you're in that part, you actually can meet this basement definition.
Okay. And the difference between level and floor area ratio calculation, is there a reason they're different? Is there some historical reason that one is 4 feet and one is 2 feet and one is this part of the thing and one is that part of the thing?
I think it would, as far as the basement, it would just, I couldn't tell you why they decided on that, but I can say, like, if you're looking at that 2 foot differential, like, that's not making such an impact on that bulk and massing that you're going to see above the grade. So, versus if you said that with the 4 feet and now that doesn't count towards gross floor area, now they can, have a significantly more floor area that they could build elsewhere. So I think it's really about, and this was talked about at that March meeting, was if nobody's seeing the basement or can tell that it's a basement, I mean, the only way you're going to tell is just that garage door. But if you otherwise can't tell that it's a basement because it's not sticking up above that grade more than that 2 feet, then, I think that the comments were of them let people have that basement. It's not really impacting them.
I think the basement is fine, but I'm just wondering, it seems in my mind to be much simpler to just have one calculation. If it's a floor, it counts as floor ratio, and if it's not a floor, it doesn't count as floor ratio. And I don't know what that number is. Cut it in the middle and call it 3 feet for both.
I think that would be an interesting recommendation to add to the resolution next month, because right now these are the definitions in the zoning code. So we're not looking at changing those definitions. We're just trying to clarify how that's calculated and how people can understand what it is. And I think we're getting there. This is very complex.
Yeah,
and I think that there was a time when it was evaluated even differently.
It used to be 6 feet at one point. Yeah, like 15 years ago, 20 years ago.
And so
they cut it to 4 feet thinking that would make a difference, and it didn't make a difference.
Yeah.
Or maybe it, like how it was being interpreted. I think that there was a point where there was an interpretation of if some part of the basement is forward of 40 feet, do you count the whole basement? And it's just like, well, let's be clear on, on what we're actually calculating. So, it has not been crystal clear, and we want to make sure that how it's being utilized and implemented is crystal clear in this. Well, crystal clear for those implementing it or drafting. Yeah.
I get that developers and people who do this every day might get that, but I don't think a resident is going to get that like quickly or easily. So they're the one.
They may not. And the thing is, though, if they have a sloping lot,
yeah,
there's so much, like, they're going to need to have, they're not designing their own home. So they'll have somebody who is advising them.
Yeah, I know, but just, that's going to be hard to understand. Last thing, probably over time. Last thing, I am interested to do some sort of height limit or restriction for these sloping lots, now that we've kind of gone away from the no mezzanine, no basement, pick one or the other kind of thing. Like, yeah, it's fine to have both, but I'm still interested in some sort of height limit. And the setbacks are nice, but again, if that's on the edge of a block, you still see the whole house. Like, or if you're, like the neighbors behind, you still have this big massing house, no matter how far you step it from the front, because you don't have the same step in the back, right? It goes all the way to whatever that setback is with the additional second floor and everything else. So anyway, I'm interested in a discussion on the height limit. I don't have any sort of proposal, but I'm interested in that.
All right.
That's it for now. Thank you.
We'll get back to
Commissioner
that.
Hazeltine.
Just Kimberly sitting here so patiently. Is there going to be anything in the standards that will address just making sure that when we do dig down when the builders do dig down in a basement, that the adjoining properties are protected? Because I remember a house being built on Nob Hill in Gertruda, and it was shocking how the house that went up the upslope, so north on Gertruda and Nob Hill, had so many vertical. It had a whole entire wall down, and their basement is completely underground. Really impressive. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, this is going to be just amazing. But yet then we have these other situations, I think, that Kimberly explained, where she doesn't have any kind of, not the same thing happening in her property sliding and things like that. So how do we, is there a place in here where we can put a comment that the builders have to make sure that they're supporting the adjacent properties?
I think
That's building code.
it is building code. And we do address that they do need to comply with building code. It may not hurt to just have a little call out that just acknowledges, since we're talking there's a lot in here about sloping lots.
Right.
Just to have something that acknowledges that building code.
Yeah. Sean, do you remember that Nob Hill and Gertruda house? I mean, really, it was amazing. It looked like something where you'd see a commercial lot and they were putting like 3 parking floors downstairs. It was so impressive. And I just haven't seen that here in Redondo before. And I would hope that that's the standard that we use every time, so that we don't have to, have the situation happen.
Yeah.
And then I'll go to Carrie's comment. She called in. Okay, so we're going to have these situations where we have the bulk on the back side. A perfect example is the Gertruda that is on the west side, looks down into the lots that are down in front of them on the street below, right? Always. So again, so when we have basement and then we have that mezzanine, and again, I don't want to change topics because we are on basement, but I didn't know that we were okay with page 17. I thought that because this would be R1 lots, I'm assuming, or is this all lots where we have, because in the back side, we have, with the mezzanine like that, we have 3 floors. And I was under the impression that the mezzanine could be inside as long as it.
Real quick, that's an error. We'll correct the drawing.
Yeah, we don't allow.
That mezzanine will still have an additional setback.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
but either way, wasn't it that the mezzanines were always going to be included on the inside and that you wouldn't really necessarily see?
That's what, it'll have an addition. Well,
Okay.
it's just that it has to be set in from the second story. So if it's open to the second story, it has to be, we added that.
So open to the second story, you're talking about the inside of the house.
Right. But there are setbacks. Hold on. I'm just trying to pull up the page because we talked about it in the presentation. If we can go to, we have the roof deck setback. Do we have the mezzanine setback?
Rear, second story, rear.
Does everybody have a copy of the actual thing?
They may not have that. So the actual document does, it does have mezzanine.
What page on the document?
Page 17.
17 of the final draft, the May 23.
Okay, so yeah, page 17 says, a mezzanine open to the second floor shall be set back 15 feet from the primary second story front facade and 5 feet from the second story side and rear facades.
So the picture's just missing 5 feet.
Yes, and if
Back,
a
right?
better, like page 18, if you have the whole document there and you look, there's an accurate sketch at the bottom, more accurate sketch at the bottom.
May I
Yeah,
just
would
add
you-
on to
would
that? Okay, so on page 18, you still have a mezzanine there. You see on the right-hand side that is like a 4th story. And it's not included in the under the second story roof. And I think that's really what we're after here.
Yes, that's.
We're really after, right, that it's not going to abut above the second story.
So
Right.
So the thing though that will happen is we could show you an example of this, but basically if you told me I had to do that, then I will just raise the entire thing.
Right.
And I will have a far more massive structure than I do now.
Yeah.
Right? Because this is still 30 feet and I can go up to 30 feet. So I would be bringing, you were asking me to bring the entire second story up. And I'm going to have a more massive, it's going to look a lot more massive. It will be a lot more massive than it is.
It will be more massive.
Yeah. So we've thought, after looking at a lot of examples and sketching this, that we're better off just with the limited size that you can do of a
500 square
mezzanine.
feet, right? Was
Well,
it 500 square feet?
In combination with a roof deck, total of 500.
So mezzanine would be smaller than that then if they're putting it.
Yes, if they're doing a roof, and they wouldn't be doing this unless they're doing a roof deck, right? Too, because that's the whole idea. That's how these little guys
Oh,
work.
so it's kind of like a little.
You get up there and you have a little room, and then you can go directly to the roof deck.
Yeah.
Sorry, real quick.
Come on.
I think in R1 that may be true, or like places with views, but I think in R2 and R3 and other places with mezzanines, rooftop may not be the goal. Like sometimes mezzanine is the goal. Like,
Yeah, that's true.
but just clarifying that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But then we would end up with 3 stories, wouldn't we? I was just under the impression that third story, that mezzanine was under the second floor. Whenever we've talked about it, I guess I've misinterpreted what we were talking about. I didn't know that we were having another chunk on top of the second floor.
Well, so that's what people are doing now, but we're trying to limit the size, push it back, make it smaller.
Make it so that it's actually open to that second floor below. So it has to be open to it right now, because if you recall when we talked about this last meeting, that in 2003, the definition of when they defined mezzanine through the residential design guidelines in our code, when any reference to that is reference to how it's defined in the building code. Well, the building code changes every 3 years, and over time it has changed to a point where it's basically a third story right now, because doesn't have to overlook the floor below. It's not really fulfilling a mezzanine concept. It's rather now just being another story. It's just limited in its total size. We want to make sure that it's open, like the room of the mezzanine is open to the floor below. So it's going to have, some kind of balcony over it.
And it's not more than 1/3 of the area.
So we're looking at the bottom picture on page 17 of the final draft then, on the bottom where in the back you would see your 3 floors. The gray drawing on the bottom, the gray line drawing.
On 18?
Right.
Yeah.
18?
Page 17.
Right.
There's another one on 18.
Yeah, and then there's the one on 18. But yeah, and so if you said it had to be completely contained, you would then just have a much more massive second story that would be 15-foot floor to ceiling, which is allowed.
Right.
And some may do that, and I think even that drawing on that bottom of that page does have some of that feel to it, because it's the whole roof line ends up going a little bit higher in the front.
So one solution to that would be, I'm sorry if I'm butting in.
No, butt in. No, the conversation and the height, we
Right.
got it there.
There's several solutions here. One is to reduce the size of what a mezzanine can be, right? Another is to require that the roof line be varied. If they choose to have a mezzanine, that the roof line has to be varied. Or we could eliminate the mezzanine. I do have a question, though. Earlier, we talked about that there would be no outdoor deck associated with the mezzanine.
No balcony access off of it, because the balcony
sorry.
would then be on it would be going in outwards towards the other properties versus the roof deck that's going to have the setbacks from.
That's right,
this.
and it has
Yeah.
to be contained.
Yeah,
Right, right. In your view, which is more popular, a roof deck or a mezzanine? In terms of volume, what do you think?
Combos, don't you?
Yeah, they're pretty much equal.
Is it?
You know, they usually are going to put in mezzanine, and when they do, try to get
A little-
access to the roof and have that deck.
With going back then, with the standards that we're going to end up with, going back to Carrie's issue with this big house looking down into her, when you have a slope like that, it's always the bottom street that's going to have that problem. Are we addressing that at all in our new guidelines? Are we addressing the fact that the backside is just going to be down into people's backyards?
Well, we're requiring the 5 foot, which we had suggested a 10, but we wanted it to be 5, a 5 foot setback of the second story in the rear on a downsloping lot.
Oh,
On any lot, right?
did we wanted it 5 and not 10?
Yeah, the previous draft said 10, and there were a lot of people who said, you know, if you do that, it's going to make it difficult for us to build bedrooms and bathrooms.
I thought that was the side they were complaining of.
They were talking about the side and the back, but this was, we had said 10 and you changed it to 5. But I've done sort of like, when you do this diagrammatically, you know, if you did do it at 10, you probably would have a hard time reaching your FAR, right? I mean, you really start restricting.
Yeah, I think their issue on the side yard was just that they didn't want that wedding cake feature, and that's why we varied that. I think it was the rear. The rear was really, now you take away like them actually having usable space,
right,
more significantly.
But so as it stands right now, so what it says now is 5. You have to step. So if your average rear, if your setback is 20 feet in the rear, right?
Depends on, lot depth.
Or 20% of your, 20% of your lot. Then you step back an additional 5 feet for your second story and an additional 5 feet for the mezzanine. So you won't have a straight up 30 feet. You'll have, 10 feet, step back, another 10 feet, step back.
Only 5 feet. Just for the commissioner's reference. So the reason that we changed the rear additional setback was, as it was not confusing, but
On the second floor.
on the second floor, what it originally said was 50% of the rear elevation shall be an average of 30 feet from the rear property line, provided that no point of the second story shall be less than 25 feet from the rear property line. So basically it was minimum 5, average of 10 for half of the width.
That's confusing, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, you're looking at the old.
Yeah, there's what they have before.
okay.
And we basically, and what I said at the last meeting was, that's confusing. I just went with whatever our bonus was that exists today, that everyone's been working with for 20 years. And our bonus is, you got a bonus if you're 5 feet
Okay.
setback. So that's how we ended up there.
Bonuses are going to be another topic, and we could go off on that again. But so we're dealing with the bulk on the front of the house. Okay, so we're saying if I'm standing on the sidewalk and I'm looking up somebody's house, I'm not going to see a 4th floor, and the 3rd floor is going to be, all of that. But if I'm in the back of the house, which the people literally living next to them are seeing, we're only addressing the front side as far as bulk goes, and I personally can see that a lot on Hilberta. Every one of those new homes, now granted that's the old standards, but every one of them, okay, maybe they're cut back a little bit in the front, but if you just turn your head and stop and look between the homes, they are literally a wall of house. So on both sides, by the way. So they've got their far way up, the far's up there, and then they've used every possible bonus. So So from the front, if you're standing right in front of it, okay, so maybe it doesn't look as bad, but that's only one angle. So, I mean, I think that as a planning commission, we've been wanting to address this from the beginning, and I feel like we're not cutting into it. We aren't addressing Carrie's problem by going from the 10 feet down to the 5 feet, you know?
Today is 0 feet. On the second, there's no, in the rear, there's no second floor additional setback, right?
Right.
And I just
Unless they-
used
unless they
Carrie
go with the
because she
bonus,
called in,
as
but
required.
actually every downward house is going to have that problem looking up into the back of the houses. Yeah.
So what about the 10-foot? What, the problem before with the 10-foot was that it was unclear. What, if we kept the 10-foot, what, and made it clear, what would be the problem with that? And I'm wanting to ask staff on this. What would be the problem with going back to the 10-foot, making it clear, right? Because that's my understanding is that it was unclear, right? It was unclear, so that defaulted us back to 5. But now we're saying we're not sure that was what the intention was. So let's go back to 10, make the language clear, but what's the unintended consequence?
Well, I think that, you know, we don't have the design community here today. But they did come to the last meeting. They had that concern about you're taking an additional 10 feet off the entire rear of a building. I mean, that's a lot of room space that they've had to build on. So it was, I think, two things. One, it was clear to use that definition we already had. And now whether or not your reasoning for that was to also address the design community's concerns or not, it did address it was a medium, a happy medium for that. Maybe not so happy medium.
Maybe not so.
Well, it seems like the design community, you know, the scale, we have the residents and we have the design community, and they have been privy to all of these meetings. They've been showing up. Of course they have. It's their pocketbook. And yet I'm getting calls and emails saying mansionization. You know, I've gotten a bunch lately that my neighbor's talking that way. So we have to balance the scale. You know, you expect those 20 builders to be out there. That's their job, right? They're going to complain. But then other cities have more conservative building standards than we do as far as FAR and bonuses and all of that go. And I don't, you know, after all this work is done, I hate to get this all done. And then the community, the residents that, you know, really count in my mind. I mean, they're the ones calling me and emailing me. They don't want to see they don't want to see, you know, 6,500 square home on a it would be 8,000 square foot or 7,000 square foot home. So with the bonuses, 80%. Right?
0.8, yeah.
So I think, you know,
Well said.
yeah.
May I comment?
What?
I'm not advocating one way or the other. I'm just sharing with you the conversation that happened at the last meeting, the direction that we were given. And
And then we do our due diligence, and then we pass this on to city council, and then they can remove it if they want. But really, I'm getting calls and emails, and and literally the words mansionization, and I've heard it all week. You know, I heard it all week. And I don't know, you know, maybe what happened is message got out to the residents that we were working on this finally, you know, and I know that you publicly announced that we're having this, but most people probably don't know about it, you know. And so, yeah, we had a room full of builders last time.
no, wait, I think there were some.
Yeah, just
There were some owners too.
couple.
Yeah. Do you want to go and then I'll go?
So one of the reasons, or why I think 10 feet on the second floor would be too much, is that currently we have a new second floor front setback, or is it an existing second floor front setback of 10 feet? Is that new or is that existing?
That's existing.
Existing.
So again, let's look in our mind's eye. A standard lot is 50 feet wide by 100 feet deep.
No, it's not 100. On Hilberta, those aren't 100.
yeah,
Those are like 150,
I don't know.
easy.
A standard,
You're talking about R1s.
yeah, that's a standard R1 lot, 5,000 square feet. I'm not talking, there are 8,000 square foot
No,
lots.
no. Standard, even if you look down at the beach,
Uh-huh.
they're deeper than that.
Yeah, the 110, 100.
What
but-
is she saying? No. I mean, the standard minimum standard lot size in the R1 zone is 50 by 100.
But there are a lot
There are a
of
lot of larger lots.
deeper
I'm
We
not
do
saying-
have a
They
lot of
vary.
varied depths.
Yeah.
I
And
think
widths.
you were trying to make a
Yeah.
point with
I'm
that.
trying to make a point.
Yeah.
And I get that there are bigger lots, and we can talk about those next, but, so you have a 25-foot front setback, you have a 20-foot rear setback.
Right.
Right, so now you've taken away 45 feet of your 100-foot lot, you got 65 feet left. The second floor, you backed it in 10 feet. Now-
55.
Now you have 55 feet on your second floor.
No, you have 55 feet on your first floor. 100 minus 45 is 55. Right.
Hold on, 25, oh yeah, 40, yeah, oh, sorry, 55. Go up the second floor, 10 foot in, 45.
45.
Now, if you bring that second floor in the rear, another one, you have a 35
It's-
foot
yeah.
house on the second floor. And if you have to bring it in an average of 2 feet, but not exactly 2 feet on the sides, you have an unbuildable, unusable second,
The wedding cake.
yeah, less than a wedding cake. So that's why I'm not in favor of a 10-foot rear second floor. Now, that's for a standard lot in a standard shape. If you want to talk about making it 5 foot for a standard lot and more for bigger lots, that's something I'm open
Okay.
to. But anyway, that's the why I thought it at the last
Right.
meeting and why I think about it at this meeting, that I don't think one
So
number.
now we have
And
lower
the
avenues.
Yeah.
the 5 foot for the R1A, have to leave the R1A alone. It has to be stacked one on top of the other. There just isn't any room. They're small anyway. But I like that idea, right? Of the larger lots, the 6,000, 7,000 square foot lots could maybe handle the 10 foot. What do you think?
Yeah, so I think the depth is what gives you the room to do that. So if 100 foot requires a 5 foot second floor setback, then 150 foot could require a 7.5 foot second floor setback.
Right. So
Do it by percentage?
you could do it
Yeah,
by
like a-
percentages, just like the setback.
Like the setback is
Yeah.
correct.
That would be fairly straightforward.
Objective. So,
Objective,
and if it's 110 foot, then you get, 6 feet or whatever your percentage is. So
right?
that way you're not, and if it's a smaller lot than standard, then I think they're still held to the 5 feet number. But so,
Change the subject a little bit. Wanted to go back to the, in regards to add to Gail's comment about the basements, and the comment, Director Forbes, you indicated there could be some notification or some notice in the design standards for protection for neighbors.
Yeah, what it would be is referencing the building code in like, we've got those little call-out boxes
Yeah.
in the document. Could have a call-out box, especially when we're talking about those sloping lots, for excavation, must comply with it's just so that it's there and it's very evident that they have to comply with the building code notification and construction standards.
Right. What about, we're going to, there's going to be some zoning changes to meet the objectives, correct?
It's very, very minor. It's only in the administrative design review and planning commission design review sections of the code. Currently, there is a reference to a residential development having to comply, I think it says something along the lines of comply with the intent of the residential design guidelines.
Right.
We don't want it to just comply with the intent. And we also want
Change that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So it's changing that sentence to say that it will have to comply with the objective residential standards as adopted by the city council.
Yeah, I just recently read that statement.
So that's what we're talking about when we talk about what zoning code changes you're recommending. It's only for the reference of adopt. It's the implementation of, or the effectuating these objective residential standards. Otherwise, there's no way that you can, you'd be able to enforce these. Yeah.
Okay. I've got two adjacent questions here. One is a hot button topic, and that is the FAR. There has been some discussion on the council, on the commission, and from council members that they're interested in changing the FAR, the FAR, right? I think it was last meeting or the meeting before, you indicated that, I think it was with the design community, you made a statement that your intention is to not change the FAR.
Yeah, we're not proposing changing the zoning. That would require significant environmental CEQA review of those changes, and we need to look at the legal implications of that. That being said, what I had suggested to you as a commission is when we have that resolution next month that's going to recommend this with any other recommended changes, would be adding a recommendation to city council that they consider whether it's removing the bonuses for FAR or for them recommending that they add FAR to R2 and R3. I think that was the
Correct.
The recommendation, or the
Right.
thoughts. I shouldn't say recommendations of the whole commission, but those were some of the conversations that you were having. So you could add that as a recommendation for city council to consider revising the zoning code. So it would be separate. It's not going to be part of this document because that's going to that is something well beyond the objective residential standards for them to consider that.
Okay,
But
so
they could consider that and direct staff to bring that back as an item.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in terms of the bonuses, same applies. You in terms of difficulty in changing those.
Yeah, that's in the zoning code. That's going to have, because that is something that's an allowed use on a property, that would be something that I think the city attorney would need to evaluate, and the city, and as well, it's going to be making a big enough difference to what can be developed on a property that there's going to need to be more evaluation than clarifying or making something objective rather than subjective. That's a major change to the zoning code. That's in the zoning code, not something that's just in the residential design guidelines at this point.
Okay, and anything in the zoning code has its own procedure. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And even if we were to change those bonuses by a point or so, that all would be under that special procedure for bonuses,
That's all in the zoning code.
Right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Any additional, if we were to contemplate making any additional recommendations in terms of safety for the residents, in terms of this excavation kind of thing, that we would make the recommendation at the same time. Is that correct?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think that we're taking that very seriously. That's something it's not a major change. We would, if that's something that you chose to put as your recommendations in that resolution, when we bring this to city council, we'd say that's a really easy insert. It's per the building code. So we would make that, we would certainly, that's not changing a code, that's not a policy, it's just really incorporating that into the document, something that's already in the building code.
And bear with me, I'm just going to extend that. What is the consideration for the residents that this is going to point to? Will it point to a state code? Will it point to a local code in terms of indemnification, bonding? What is it that protects our residents in the event of an issue with a contractor who doesn't meet his
Yeah,
obligations.
the obligations are in the California Building Code. The city adopts the California Building Code. So every 3 years when that's updated, we have to adopt it locally. And then we can make things that are stricter, but that's, whether like that's in the building code. It's whether or not that was complied with by the contractor. And I don't want to get into that
Yes,
particular issue.
That's correct, yes.
But I think calling it out, especially when we're talking about the sloping lots in that section, makes a lot of sense, just so that any resident's going to know and be concerned if their contractor's not doing it, because if they're looking at these, whether or not they're looking at these, I don't know, but it's just one extra measure of really calling out, like, you're excavating. Let's call this what it is.
Serious.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's very serious. Okay. And they get a bond or something? Don't they have to take out a bond?
I'd have to look at I don't want to.
You're not sure?
No, I don't want to say exactly what they have to do or don't have to do, because don't have that code section in front of me.
Yes.
Can I piggyback onto something Sheila said? And it's, for whatever reason, I can't open up Matthew's notes, but in there, he has a chart, I think notes in today's, that, yeah, it talks about the bonuses. And I just want to say that as I was looking at these, it just doesn't even make sense, because we've said, okay, guys, you need live landscaping, right? And then we say, oh, and here's your bonus. So it's not making a lot of sense to me that you'd get a bonus for something that they're requiring they have to do. Why would that be a bonus?
I understand what you're saying. The point being is we're changing the residential design guidelines, not the zoning code. The bonuses are spelled out in the zoning code itself. So and we've talked about this in the prior presentation when we've talked about this, and certainly in the subcommittee, is we recognize that there are going to be some components of what might be a bonus that we're now requiring. Totally understand what you're saying. You can certainly put that as a recommendation for city council to consider.
Is that a
revisiting
huge issue for them? I mean, to include that in this process, or, I mean, I understand the separate process.
It's a separate process and not the direction they gave us. And I think that there's going to need to be legal review for that. I don't want to go into more that might create more issues for us.
Right.
By saying any other language.
Okay.
Anything else you have? No?
I do, but go ahead.
I have more questions, but you must have questions. Yes.
Commissioner
Yes,
Hensley?
yes.
Commissioner Boswell?
Did you have something?
No. Okay, I'd like to use my time, if I can, to go on a little R1A zone exploratory discussion. In the final draft here of the objective residential standards, in the R1A zone, the window compatibility privacy thing is new, right? That wasn't in the last draft.
Right.
And I get from our discussion before the requirement. I think in R1 it could work, but in the R1A, there's really, like, if you look at the design of the house, usually it's A and B, and they're mirror images of each other. When they're built, you can't really offset windows because you can't move that bathroom 5 feet. Like, you can't move your kitchen 5 feet. Like, your kitchen is here, and sorry, I'm on page 35 of the document.
Thank you.
Sorry, 35 of the
Yeah.
standards.
Okay.
Yeah, final
Thank
draft.
you.
Sorry. Currently, as drafted, you're required now to offset your windows in the R1A zone, right? That's what's proposed here. And I want to provide the feedback that I don't think that's feasible because of the design constraints of that lot. So for example, usually the houses are built mirroring each other. The kitchen and the kitchen are this, like, there's nowhere to move that window. You can't.
Right. So here it actually gives where it is not feasible to offset windows.
So you used the word
Direct
feasible several
views
times
into
right
neighboring
there.
windows shall be avoided by employing one of the following. So they'd have to either have that setback at least 15 feet from the property line, hitting that average. Maybe, maybe not. Window glass is obscure. That would typically be for a bathroom. And the transom or other window located at least 6 feet above the second story elevation, and other permanent architectural treatment approved by the director.
It doesn't, and
But
this refers
not
to
gonna work.
It's not going to
applications.
work.
Well, no, this refers to applications for new building, right?
Yeah, but okay, but a lot of times what happens is you take one house on 5,000 square feet, they knock it down, they build two, and they're generally mirrors of each other.
Right.
And you can't obscure your kitchen window. You would have every window obscured. You don't.
Right.
You have 3 feet to your side
Yeah.
setback. I'm talking the side, not the front. You can't get 15 feet.
Right.
You can't obscure every window, and you can't put transom windows in that zone.
No.
They have to be opposing each other.
Really only works for R1, and it could work for multifamily
Yeah.
as well.
And sometimes it could work in the R1.
Yeah, R2 and R3 is a little more like, they also do the mirroring, especially R2s, like, but maybe there's more room to move things around, but
Right.
I'm trying to call out that in the R1A, I don't think this is feasible.
I think you're
Yeah.
right. I think
It would be
the other option,
difficult.
And maybe if you want to say like, and most people generally, like in the bathroom is going to be obscured anyway.
Right.
Like, you know, that's not a problem, but, and nobody moves into a tall and skinny house for privacy. It's just not, you just sign on the line and say, there goes my privacy. Like,
Okay.
that's what you get. So, but it's a known quantity when you move into one of those. So I would like to propose to eliminate that as it's just not feasible in the R1.
A.
And then, sorry, that's my,
Well,
sorry, R1A.
I'm going to say, he and I both live in the R1A zone. I agree with you to some extent, but what happens is generally one lot is purchased and it's split, and they put and they sort of reverse the sides, so that on one side, on one building, the kitchen is on the right hand, and on the other, the kitchen is on the left hand, right? And then the adjacent, because we're only 6 feet from the next, right? On the adjacent, those are completely different designs that may have the kitchen in a different spot.
Yeah.
It could be a kitchen on the ground floor, could be a kitchen in the front or the back, right? So I'm in disagreement with you, because I think overall, I think it's a good idea.
Maybe we just get rid of A.
There's also a in, I think it's Menlo Park, right? It indicated that there had to be, and you may have it in here, that the windows cannot just look directly into each other,
well,
right?
that is what this is saying.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what this is saying. Yeah, this is similar to the Menlo Park one.
Right,
But-
right. To me, it just seems, as a standard, it seems reasonable.
But it's
It is reasonable.
it's not always possible.
Yeah.
It's not always feasible. So you
Feasible.
have to have alternatives when you just can't do it. I mean,
Yeah.
right?
And none of the mitigation here, to
Challenging.
me,
These are
is
constrained lots.
But aren't we assuming that they have no flexibility in their design? Right? They do have
They do-
flexibility in their
they do.
design.
So
They do.
But if, for example, somebody built a house and they have like a ton of windows across on the whole side, right? Because there was a one-story house next to them, and then a new two-story house comes in, they may have very few options for putting in windows in the R1A, right?
So same thing, like, I get,
Extreme example.
Because my neighbor is a one-story house, and if and when they replace that, I have my living room, like, yeah, and the kitchens are on the upside of the house, but like the bathrooms are not. The bathrooms are facing each other. And again, you can't move that half bath in typically the upstairs. You can't move it 5 feet. You can't move it 10 feet. Like,
But the half bath is like, that is that example of where
yeah,
the
you can
glass.
obscure that
goes-
glass.
the
Yeah, you
obscured
can obscure
glass.
that. That
And
one's
the
easy.
living room, there's 2
lot of
windows.
glass.
And if someone builds it now, they got to put their window in the middle of their
Right.
living room and have walls on the side.
Right.
Like,
Aren't you glad you have this requirement?
no, I'm not enjoying it. So that's my.
And we did briefly just talk about A probably is not feasible, you're right, in the R1A.
Okay. The other zones are okay.
Just having it set at least 15 feet back from the property line. Now we're talking, 12 feet back from the edge of
Yeah, no.
the house, so.
Okay. Yeah,
it's in
that's
R1.
my thought. I submitted in the agenda packet some pictures. I'd like to go through that if it's okay if I take some time and.
Yeah.
you wanna
do have
come
a
back to that,
quick
or-
Question?
There are no quick questions.
So let me, sorry, real quick.
But it is related to the windows facing each other issue.
Okay, because it will take some time, can I get the things that I submitted in the agenda packet, the pictures of the R1A?
It is, can you pull up
Can I
the
pull that up,
agenda
the agenda
packet? We're going to need to know what page it is on the agenda packet, if
Yeah.
anybody has
Okay, let me
that.
look. But let me get that number, and while that's going, then we can, other commissioners can ask
Okay.
questions.
Boswell, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Why, thank you. So I actually lived in an apartment building where it was a mirror image of the two buildings going, and also on a slope. And yeah, our living room was back in college, our roommates were looking straight across into the living room of the person in the mirror image building. And every unit all the way up the hillside was exactly like that. Everybody was looking into everybody else's living room. And a bedroom that would also be on that. So you had drapes. But
what blinds are for.
in a case like Matt is mentioning, where you buy a lot and you scrape it and you put up 2 mirror image buildings, you're going to have that problem if you're just mirror imaging the same floor plan. Why do they have to do that? They don't.
They do.
It's cost effective, it's inexpensive, but it violates this window issue. So they don't get to do that. They have to have a different layout in each building so that the windows aren't looking into each other. Doesn't that solve the problem? Or is that putting too much stress on a builder to have to come up with 2 different sets of architectural plans? Why couldn't it just be that you?
Isn't that what it does?
Under that circumstance, we would apply this and they would have to design it in a way that met this standard.
Okay, so it's not really, it's not something we would expect to have to give a variance on. If somebody says, well, I want to do it this way on my lot that I just bought, you would then say, no, you can't.
And especially because it's required and not just suggested, yes, they would have to.
So, yeah, so it's not really an issue.
You know, except for in the circumstance where you have an existing 2-story house, you're just building one, and now you've got to try to figure out if they have a lot of windows, like what Pat was talking about, or Commissioner Hensley, they've taken up 2 big, large window spaces in that
Yeah.
likely location for a great room on the second floor. It becomes pretty challenging.
So when you are considering what property to buy to build, you look at that and say, well, gosh, we wouldn't be able to have any windows.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm not buying this lot. But if it's the one you're already living in and you want to add a second floor, you have to now consider, do I really need a second floor with no windows or with very few windows? So I mean, people just have to adjust to whatever the rules are, because what's the alternative? They're going to make these mirror image split lots every chance they get because it's so much less expensive. So yeah, I think we should have this rule, and I think people should just adjust to it. And if sometimes the project is going to be very poor as a result of that, then either think of something else or do it somewhere else. You know?
But this also applies to residents. If they want to do it to their own house, like, you know, they want to build a second story or they want to do this or that, and they go, okay, I need a window here. Oh, you can't have it because there's one across the way.
Why do you need a window there?
Well, because it's a bedroom, you need egress and windows and.
It'd be nice
you don't
to
want
have a window
frosted.
there.
Imagine if your bedroom had all frosted windows. Like, that's just not a.
As opposed to having to
Desirable.
keep your drapes closed all the time.
Oh,
Yeah,
What's better? What's worse?
Yeah, moving a window is a $10 solution to a $2 problem. Like, buy blinds and
Yeah.
move on. So anyway, okay.
Okay. Commissioner Henson?
Yeah, sorry, I'm taking some time. Page 152 of the agenda packet.
I'm sorry, 152,
Melissa, can you?
52? did you say?
Yeah, 152.
Got it.
Redondo Beach Objective Design Standards, R1A zone. Okay, thanks. So I talked about it the last meeting, but I want to come back to it again. Talking about height. Not sure if height is within the standards purview or not. I think it is because we've changed 34 feet to 30 feet. So I hope this is within the purview. So currently, as written in the code, 30 feet tall is allowable. But I think in the R1A zone, when you talk about neighborhood character and compatibility, next page, 153, especially when it comes to flat roof designs, I have a big problem with what's been developed in the last, 5-8 years, is developers building to a 30-foot maximum height with a flat roof. And I think that while flat roofs are completely compatible, it's a design that's in roughly 5% of the tall and skinny homes. A 30-foot height at flat roof is not compatible, in my opinion. So I wanted to provide some pictures, try to do it first without pictures, but have to, and then some pitched roof. So the first one's about flat roof design height. So if you go to page 155 of the agenda packet.
156.
Oh, sorry. Well, let me touch on this real quick. So again, went through the whole neighborhood. My guess is somewhere between 3 to 7% of homes have flat roof. Again, I think a flat roof design is perfectly compatible in the R1A zone. Again, this is sometimes called tall and skinny, golden triangles, golden hills, whatever you want to call those neighborhoods. But again, the new development has taken it to a level that I do not think is compatible. So again, my proposal is that whatever the flat roof height is of the existing structures should be the maximum height for flat roof designs. And whatever the height is for a current pitched roof should be the maximum height for pitched roofs. So try to provide some pictures. So go to 156. I don't have any measurements. This is my best guess. And now that I look at it, I probably think it's under 26 feet. So as you can tell, the garage, if it's 8 feet tall, that first floor is probably 9 or 10 or 11 feet, maybe 12 feet. That second floor looks about the same height, maybe another 12 feet. So the flat roof design is well under 30 feet. But again, you're going to see varied styles. You can go to the next slide. So there's different designs, different styles, different roof styles of flat roof, but they're all, whatever that height is, you can go to the next slide. Less than 30. Again, if I had to guess, in the material it says 26 feet. If the garage is 8 feet tall, I'm going to guess it's 24 feet. And I tried to ask staff for some record, or we can find some build or something where they design plans, we get an actual number, but I could not find any such actual number, and I wasn't about to walk up to somebody's house and start measuring. Got enough driving around taking pictures, not get pulled over. You go to the next slide.
I'm a planning commissioner.
On the right side there, you can see a redeveloped house. They kept the same footprint. It looks nice, single garage. Yeah, that's fine. But
That might be 19, the size that I told you.
yeah,
It's probably 19 feet.
it could be 10 feet per level. Again, I'm not sure what the height is, but I know it's less than 30 feet. And when I went around the neighborhood, I didn't try to pick out the houses that aligned with my proposal. This is the variety of the houses. There's not like, you're going to see some of the newer ones come up at the end, but I didn't pick out ones that matched my height. And there are other ones built in the 70s, 80s, and 90s and 2000s that are taller. This is the stock of flat roof design. And then if you go to 162, you're going to start seeing newer builds. So again, they take the flat roof design and crank it up to, I'm not even sure if these are 30 feet. It might be 28, 29, 27. They might be 30. but-
Historically, a rule, do you think? I mean, it doesn't seem random that there's so many.
The 30 foot has been a long time.
No,
Oh.
the ones that are shorter.
To my knowledge,
26,
it's
I mean-
always been 30 feet.
But then why would why, if somebody was
because-
allowed to build up to 30 feet, why would
Because-
they build at 26?
Because I think that 10 and 11 foot ceilings are just more common. They didn't need 18-foot ceilings with these gigantic, super rooms, whatever you want to call that. There's no mezzanines, a lot of these at 30 feet.
I was going to say, I don't
Mezzanines.
think that the older ones put mezzanines in there.
Yeah.
I think the one on the right's a good example of what you're trying to say, Matthew.
Yeah.
You got a problem.
Yeah, so keep going, 163.
Compared to the house next door.
Yeah, again, if you look at the one on the left, the picture on the right, there's two houses. The house on the left, in the picture on the right, is a 22-foot, I'm guessing it's 22 feet. So
It's
I'm-
19 feet.
Okay, it could be 19 feet.
It's 19 feet.
And I'm guessing that build is 30 feet, but it may not be. It may be 29 or 28. But so that's why in my proposal at the last meeting, and I'm going to propose it again tonight, flat roof designs are completely acceptable and completely compatible, but not at 30 feet. If you want to have a flat roof design, it's got to be a height that is compatible with the existing flat roof designs.
I think that's a good point you've got there.
Yeah, so next slide.
I totally agree.
Winner. This one on the left, it's really hard to tell. This one we did have specs on. It's exactly 30 feet to the top. It has a mezzanine, it has a balcony. I don't know if they're going to call it a rooftop deck or a balcony, I'm not sure, but whatever that front thing is. But you can look at the house next to it. Also 2 stories. It's got to be, I think it's 8 feet taller to the house next to it. And this is what I mean when they knocked down a house that was a 1,500 square foot single garage. There's one to the left of it. Scraped it, built this monstrosity that is not in compatibility with the neighborhood. But it's allowed in the current one because there is no design guidelines. There is no height difference in the R1A. And that's why I proposed that there should be. That's why I proposed last meeting, propose again. It should be a character area. It should have specific height requirements. And then I'll go to the mezzanines. I still say no mezzanines, but we'll get to that. So
Sean, what is that on top?
It's a mezzanine with a roof deck.
But the mezzanine is kicked up all the way forward, so it looks like a 3rd floor.
Because they
It
can
does
right
look
now.
like a 3rd floor, but it is a.
And that's the whole point of
Yes.
us adopting.
Okay, so we
objective-
are addressing this, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
yeah,
okay,
we would-
Matthew, I agree with you. I don't,
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay, but to clarify, as long as that
Or-
mezzanine was 10 feet back and 3 feet in on the sides, that's what we're proposing, right? So it'd still be allowed, and I would still argue. That's why I think, all right, keep going.
But the roof deck wouldn't be allowed to be right at the front of the, right? The roof deck has to be
The
set
roof
back.
deck has to be set back 10
Yeah.
feet.
So that roof deck wouldn't, yeah.
But again, if you look at the neighbor on the left and the neighbor on the right, even if you're 3 feet in from the side, you're towering over them at 30 feet tall. So, okay, go to the next slide. So my proposal is that I don't know what the heights are. I'm guessing, right? So what I would like to propose is I need objective measurements to know what to recommend that height to be for the maximum flat roof. I don't know how to do that. I don't know if it's finding development that has occurred that we have the height on record and that's what we could use, or we have to kindly knock on somebody's door, or we use a professional opinion to say that this is, X feet and that's what we think it is. And I'd even be okay if all the houses I showed in the 70s and the 80s and the older build were all at 22 feet and we want to set flat roof height at 24 feet. I think that's fine. There may be some leeway there. But again, flat roofs at 30 feet are not compatible, and I do not think that's an appropriate height. Thank you to all the neighbors who let me take pictures of their house. Okay, let me go to the next slide. So much shorter is on the pitched roof height. So flat roof was one thing, again, existing. If you go to the next slide. Again, there's a varies of design and height. What I pictured here, especially on the left side, is what I consider the prototypical tall and skinny, built in the 80s. I don't think that even that pitched roof is at 30 feet. I measured my own house. It's around 25 feet, I think, maybe 24 with a pitched roof. I don't think 30 feet is appropriate, and that's why I proposed last time, some lower limit of 28 feet or something. Because if we start limiting flat roofs, developers are just going to go for pitched roofs to 30 feet. Probably need to define pitched, what that is, because you're going to get a 1/12 pitch and call it pitched, even though it's basically flat. So probably need to define what pitch means. But I think that if you go to the next slide, again, currently allowed up to 30 feet. I don't think that the existing housing stock, the pitched roof predominantly is at 30 feet. Again, I would like to make a proposal, whatever that maximum height is, to be consistent with the neighborhood. And again, all I'm trying to do is objectify the existing requirements. The existing requirements are to compatible with the neighborhood, to match the neighborhood, and all these kinds of things. It doesn't objectify it. So height is a purely objective target, and that's why I propose to do it. Sorry, I got one more. Mezzanines, if you go to 170. These are just 3 examples of mezzanines. Even with the additional setback from the front, they just don't fit. They just don't look right. They just are not compatible. And I just don't see any way to fit them in the envelope of the house. Mezzanines can work. I think they're great. I know people like them, but in tall and skinny houses, I just do not think mezzanines are compatible with the neighborhood. We have them. I mean, some of them have been built the last couple of years, but they're just not. And the previous suggestion was to do wholly within or encapsulated or whatever, and we have all these setbacks. I don't see it as leading to a good design. So I would propose to not allow mezzanines in the R1A neighborhood.
I'm trying to imagine what's inside of these houses. Is it like a little, the floor is like 4 feet high or?
No, you can't see, but like basically on that second floor living room, there's another stairs usually against the wall that brings you up to the mezzanine. Okay. And that mezzanine is kind of like a catwalk around the.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And the catwalk only really gets you to the outside, some deck or outside that one house with the front thing. Like there might be a room up there sometimes, like kind of thing.
It's used as a den.
Yeah.
Stairs up. There's plumbing up there generally.
No.
And it could be a child's room. It's that size.
Yeah.
Why are you limiting your recommendation to just R1A and not R1 as well?
Because I think in R1, you have more like width, because these are only 19-foot wide houses, and there's really no hiding it, right? Like you really can't, even if you set it in 3 feet, which I think is the current recommendation, in R1, there are ones where from the street you can't see it, right? Like 30-foot houses in R1 is compatible, is the limit. And you could, quote unquote, hide a mezzanine and not see it.
From the front, but then we talk on the side.
Well, but you have 5 foot.
It's in the current draft. It's the mezzanine open to the second floor shall be set back 15 feet from the primary second story front facade and 5 feet from the second story and rear facade. So it would be 5 feet from either side and the rear, and then 15 feet from the front.
Even R1A is 5 feet?
That's the R1A.
Okay. Again, I think these, as I had up in the picture, were set back, some good distance from the front. And even if you pulled them in 5 feet, I just don't think that this design, or you're just going to force them to do flat roofs if you don't do anything about that to try to encapsulate that. I just don't think it's compatible. I don't think it's appropriate. I don't think it's fits with the neighborhood, and that's why in that zone I recommend not to allow. That's it for R1A. So that's my reasoning, that's my justification, that's why I proposed it last time, and I'll propose it again.
I don't think anybody didn't agree with you. I think somehow it didn't get in it. It just didn't get in the guidelines.
Oh, no, well, we voted. It was like,
really?
Yeah, 30 feet height and mezzanines, and we voted on it, and
well, I'm glad
I didn't win.
Such a good argument today.
Yeah, so anyway, that's it for R1A. I have many more topics.
Commissioner Lamb, what do you think?
So I am in support of his proposal. At the last vote, certainly the height. I like his proposals on the height, anywhere from 26 to 28. I misinterpreted, actually. We talked about it. I had misinterpreted what he was proposing on the height. And I've been sort of back and forth on the mezzanines, and I think he did a better job of convincing me today on the mezzanines. I find the mezzanines in general problematical. I think the decks are valuable. I think residents really want those decks. So certainly would keep with the decks.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, how these mezzanines, even if they're now restricted to being open to the floor above, and from the conversation we had tonight about the roof line, adding bulk if we kept it within the second story, I'm very concerned that it becomes a third story because the footprint is so narrow. And in fact, the real estate folks, when they send around their flyers, they do indicate that it is a third floor. So they're advertising it as a third floor. And the code, the general plan, the land use, they all say 2 stories.
Correct. And with the mezzanine, it's deferring to the definition in the building code, which has changed every 3 years. And it's now basically third story. It's just that it's limited in the total size that it can be per the, yeah.
Right. And the general plan is everything defaults, the zoning code defaults to the general plan. And I think we have, and the general plan says 2 stories. So I think we have, there's some validity there, some standard in which we can rely, right? That it's the 2 stories is what is predominant.
For just the one or the R1A or R1 as well?
Well, it's 2 stories is
2 stories. So
2 stories is what the general plan says.
Right. I think that's why we're going back to what was the definition of mezzanine back in the day, when the residential design guidelines were having it open, like what is the intent of what a mezzanine is. That's been there. That is something that it doesn't count as that story in that same way because it is something that's open to the room below.
So in our earlier discussion, Pat had advised us, right, that if you enclose it in the second story roof line, then you have a bigger bulk, right? So the only way, I think, from my perspective, the only way that I would agree to include mezzanines is to require some alteration of the dimensions of the roof line in order so that the bulk is reduced. And I'm not quite sure. I'm not an architect or planner, so I'm not really sure how that would be done. But that's the trade-off that I see as being honoring the residents as well as honoring the design community, right? The middle ground for that. That's where I stand on that. But the height and the elimination of the mezzanines for R1A is something that I certainly would support.
Okay.
One thing I know that I want you to take into consideration something that we have incorporated in this draft, right? So those setbacks for the mezzanine, for the open to the floor below. I just, because right now it's easy to think about, well, the images. I think that those were great because that's exactly what the concern has been, right? So if you're looking to reduce the height, but you still allow mezzanines, and that now they're having to build that within a different framework, right? So I just want you to think about if you change everything or just take out mezzanines or, keep adding more things so that mezzanines don't get built, are there the things that are functionally in here now that weren't in here that address some of the concerns that you have? I just wanted to put that out there just because it is easy to get caught up in what we've seen for mezzanines, what they're advertising as third floors, because they actually then end up having the same functionality as a third floor. And that's what we're trying to address here with the open to the floor below, that can only be a certain percentage of the floor below. The things that were originally in the original residential design guidelines, part of what the definition of a mezzanine was at that time. So just want to point that out, that those things are built in. So it's, think about if you're going to reduce proposed reducing the height in that zone altogether, maybe they still can fit a mezzanine into that height. I'm not saying yes or no.
I understand.
You guys are very familiar with that district, but it's just something where it may not have the same impact when it's set back and maybe now it's within a reduced height. Just something to think about.
Something that I spoke with Sean about today, and that was, I think it's visualizing. It's very difficult to visualize. Mm-hmm. Even again, I'll just compliment you on all the visuals that you brought us. It's still, in this particular instance, it's very difficult to visualize. Mm-hmm. And if Pat and Lisa have some 3D software that might be helpful. I'm not quite sure if it will. But I think when you look, if you come to my street, for example, you'll see all of the homes that Matthew showed pictures of, and those with the mezzanines really stand out. They are not, they don't connect with the existing houses. They just don't. Mm-hmm. And there are tall houses, right? But these are exceptional in their bulk and mass. Mm-hmm. And our goal really, and looking back on the land use element, right? Compatible, the direction is new development must be compatible with existing homes. And I think we need to honor that. I think that's what our residents are telling us, right? That's what they want. And the mezzanines in the R1 area, less, what should I say? More compatible, potentially more compatible. But certainly in the R1A, they're very distinct. They do not match, even if the design is very similar. So
I do think it's with the if I could go into, I agree with both of you guys now. I think Matthew, you did a great job of presenting it so we could really see how the ones that aren't sticking with the old 80s design really do stick out. But in the R1, when we have that mezzanine like that, we still have the problem. Most of these, a lot of these homes are on the hill, in the hill section, because there's only, when you think about it, there's only the avenues that are flat. Everything else is a hill. So everybody is going to be looking. If you're on the downside, you're being looked at, and that gives another opportunity, a really high opportunity to look down into people's backyards. So I think, revisiting it, I think, I'm not so sure that we still want to continue with them in the R1 as well. Thanks, Anine.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I think Matt made a better presentation, perhaps, or I'm more awake.
Yeah, try to avoid taking pictures of people's houses, but sometimes can't be helped.
If I may interject, I think the R1A, not that I support mezzanines, I think it's a weird thing, frankly. But for the R1As, I think we should treat them as a special category because of the narrowness and consistency in general of the lots and the consistency of the design and stuff like that. So I think we should focus on mezzanines, well, all these things that he's talked about in the R1A, and then we'll deal with R1 in
But we
a
already
different way.
did deal with R1 and the mezzanine with the 3 floors. You know, we've already said, well, you can't have 3 floors.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
they're saying, well, but we don't see the mezzanine because it's going to be in the very back. And then the argument that we've heard tonight from a resident was, well, when it's there, you're looking into our, you know.
Yeah, but I think just to avoid confusion, we should probably keep the conversations separate.
Okay, can be
For now.
Yeah.
Okay,
We'll
5
go
minutes,
back.
we can-
Are we going to vote again? Are we
I don't
thinking
know that
about
we
to
vote
vote
on
again? Or
No, we just
We're not, we're
discuss.
Yeah.
just
are we going to add
throwing
this?
out more things to include in the next round.
Yeah.
We are not
Continuity.
revising the draft between now and June because you wouldn't have the draft by the June 15th meeting.
Okay.
What you're doing is you're going to think about all of these different ideas and Brown Act the way you need to. And then when we come back on June 15th, you can put these in as the recommendations for city council to consider as they're reviewing that draft. And then they'll have that June 16th, I'll forward that on to them so that when we meet with them in July, they will have already had a time to process that and think about it, watch the video and conversations.
So, quick question. I see Lisa's typing away and taking notes. When we come back, all the recommendations that we are now discussing, will you be, because of your notes, will you be reminding us of that? Is that?
Yeah, what I'm hearing that there's more of a consensus around. We're not tallying, there's no need to vote on motions or anything, but I'm making a note, resolution question. So I'll bring those back and I'll work with Lisa on that as well. So
Okay.
that way you're not like, oh my God, what did we talk about last month?
Oh, Matt will remind us.
Right,
You won't forget.
but then you'll have like, this is what we heard.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the language is already, started in that, we can actually start, plug, if I have that in another document, I could easily cut and paste it into the resolution.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying that.
All right, Commissioner Hensley.
Two more things. Director Forbes, if we come to agreement on, for example, the windows in the R1A, which we don't agree on right now, but if we come to agreement to remove that, is that not something that can be changed, or that's going to go to city council as
No,
it
it'll go to
is?
city council. We don't have time to, we won't have the time to make those edits and changes but then they can, we have another window of them proposing the changes that we're, ready to target, like any of the changes that they want to incorporate. Yeah.
Okay. Then I have one more. On page 38 of the standards, final draft standards document, it talks about modular construction homes in the R1A zone. That was not in the last draft. Is that correct?
Yeah, what it was is we had this in the R1 because this is a new type of construction that's occurring. And we talked about it because I was like, wait, is this, are we getting these proposals for R1A as well? So we wanted to, it doesn't mean, there's nothing that says somebody can't propose that. But what we wanted to do is address it if somebody is proposing that kind of construction, what are we going to, what do we require with that? So that's why we added this so that we could have the specifics of the materials, the limitation of the corrugated metal panel, those kind of things that are not now in any code where we can really address the design of those. And because it's a different style, it is, yeah.
Couldn't we just say no modular?
Could we just say no
Yeah,
modular
how about the
construction?
requirement that it has wheels?
Construction? It's not in the codes.
No, it's not a manufactured home. It's these are, modular is just that they are building pieces of it in another location. They ship it in and I'm not calling it shipping containers because that's not what we're talking about. They bring it in, so it's built in a more controlled environment. Then they bring that in, and they've designed which sizes of those forms that they're going to bring into that, and then they construct it from there. I've seen homes that are constructed this way that you would have no idea it was something different than stick built, and then you've seen some that you can see a definite difference. And the point is when they submit we don't have any standards right now on them. We have added this in here because we've seen so many applications in the recent years where we're trying with the residential design guidelines that we have now that have a lot of shoulds to guide them into something different. And this is just this is what you're going to have to, you have to have the differing of materials. It's really addressing a concern that we've seen growing in the last probably 5 years.
Yeah.
We should require that they take the trailer hitch off.
Yeah, I would propose that modular construction is not consistent. I think it's, in the R1A, you can't avoid the box-like structure and an already box-like structure constraint. So even with the new height limit, that's where I'm at. Is I would propose to, and then again, that's why I propose the R1A as a character neighborhood, is because I think there are things that are compatible and not compatible, and I would say that corrugated. Whatever that was.
Well, wait a minute, that can't be, if it's not compatible with R1A, it can't be compatible with R1, Matthew.
But R1 has built modular construction.
What?
Yeah.
Where?
Here we go.
How do you know they haven't been in R1A? You don't know that.
Well, I've been on every street, looking at every house.
190th.
In R1A?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I can't think of any off the top of my head.
But the point being is,
There will be.
yeah, there will be, and there's not, as long as they're
will
meeting
be.
construction standards, it's not like we can say you can't construct it by meeting construction standards, right? We can't tell them not to, how to build their house. We can
We can say no
except for,
corrugated metal. We can say no.
right, we're limiting, well, yeah, but there are,
Yeah, but it's limit the amount of corrugated metal to 2/3 of the front facade.
What's that?
But there are stick-built homes that are going to have different types of siding as well. The point of this is with the modular, so that you don't have an entire facade of it, the entire length of that. So that's where we're talking about addressing that.
Okay, I would propose it's not compatible, but that's my opinion.
I'm just going to say, we can't tell them that they can't construct something if it follows the building code.
there's
And
building
it
code.
follows, actually, it's probably, some of these are much better construction because they are built in a controlled environment.
My recollection of the meeting with the design folks was that initially you were not supportive of the corrugated metal, and they encouraged it. They several members of the design community encouraged the corrugated metal as a design quality. Mm-hmm. So I think that's where maybe the difference here is being in the R1A potentially not compatible in terms of those materials. I think it is a matter of style, right? Mm-hmm. The design community thinks it's consistent with a certain style, and they would like to see it happen. I think there may be some disagreement here on the style, and that would be, that we would come next June, right? And we would
this June.
This June.
Mark your calendar.
Next month, and add that as
Absolutely. And
Right.
you know, look at that. If it's like, we don't want to see corrugated metal is not a material that we'll allow if it's going to be, then that's okay too, to make that recommendation. My point is, we're not going to be able to say you can't
Yeah.
build this type. We just wanted to make sure that we had some standards that they'd have to build to if they utilize this form of construction.
Right. There is a house on 190th, and let's see, it's across from the tile store there, maybe slightly east of that you could see is a modular home. And there's another modular home just close by in Hermosa. They're a little bit different, right? So they are in the R1, right, now. So,
And again, with the current residential design guidelines, it's much more difficult to put any kind of standard on them.
Yeah,
and requirements. So this is one of those circumstances where we had a lot of back and forth where they're saying, well, tell us how, where does it say we can't? Or, and so what we wanted to do here is have standards that we don't currently have available to us to address that.
Mm-hmm.
Can we change topics for a minute, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you guys explain to me on page 50, the landscaping matrix and the point system? How does that work?
Okay. So it's just a way, obviously, to give more flexibility to people so that everybody doesn't have to do exactly the same thing. I think this one was originally developed based on something that some other local jurisdictions have done. But the way that this one would work is that in each of these categories, there's 4 categories, and you have to get a certain number of points for each category. And for example, trees being one of the most important, the trees would be based on lot size, so that it basically is saying you want to have a front, you want to try to get 2 trees per 750 square foot lot. So like one nice tree in your front yard and one in your back or on the side. And you get more points for a bigger tree, and you get even more points for maintaining an existing tree, because that has more environmental benefits, right, than planting. And maintaining an existing tree is like the best thing you could do, because it stores carbon and it doesn't release carbon when you cut it down and so on. So, and then there's just a variety of other incentives, like projects already have to comply with the water efficient landscape ordinance, right? But that doesn't say anything specifically about 100% drought tolerant plants. You don't have to do 100%. You can do, it's probably like about 75%, and you can still do some other things. So this is trying to give an extra incentive to do more drought tolerant plants, and an even extra incentive to do native California plants.
And then what are the points used for?
You
You're just saying you need to get 15 points, get 15 points in any way you want. Is that what you're saying?
Right. Well, by category. So you have to get 10 points in the tree category. You have to get 4 points if it's new construction. You have to get 4 points in the plant materials category. You have to get 6 points in the irrigation category, which is pretty easy because you actually have to do most of this stuff already.
Right.
And the bottom 2, and then you have to have 2 points in the paving and pathways category. So for example, you can get 2 points if you do permeable paved surfaces instead of just solid concrete. So it's generally trying to give people flexible incentives to be more sustainable.
But are they going to be required to do each one of these categories?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
they have to get
And is that for all zones or,
just the multifamily.
no, why are we using that just in the multifamily and not R1 also? Is there a particular reason?
Yeah, I think, let's pull to the R1.
R1 just has standards like you have to do 1 tree in your front yard.
Well, it also
It's simpler.
It also has permeable.
And it has the
and-
permeable requirements.
But isn't that the same as all of this? Why would we only do it on one section?
Because here, when you have multifamily, it's not like each lot. You could have 3 on a lot. And so you want to look at the entire lot and it's so it'd be a percentage of that lot, so it's really looking at, for that lot size, if it's, greater than 7,500 square feet, having to hit certain points. So this is really looking at, versus single family, it's although there are different depths of lots, as we've talked about earlier, generally it's going to have like certain things that you're going to be required on a single family versus multifamily. Multifamily can look like a wide variety of different developments. So you want to make sure that, they have the flexibility to work within what they are building, but then also still have to meet the points system. So this is just giving them more flexibility because, even R2s and R3s look different, throughout the city.
Yeah.
And even with the medium density and higher density, a project could look completely different than another project a block away. So one thing real quick, we were just catching a typo.
Oh, is there a bad typo here?
Where under the landscaping areas.
250%.
Yeah, there's 250%. I think one's supposed to be a 75%.
Yeah. I don't know how
So
that
we'll make
happened.
that correction.
Yeah, there's a couple. Yeah, thank you.
Which one's supposed to be 75?
Well, 25, 50, 75, 100.
Yeah, so the one that's 3 points should be 75.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
So it'll be the same for
Yeah.
both of them. We'll change that, yeah.
I have a basic question on this section. What is the landscaped area defined as? Like, is that front setback, rear setback, side setback?
Well-
Like, what is landscaped area?
So this applies to all, the checklist applies to all of your landscaping, just like all of these projects are going to be subject to the water efficient landscape ordinance. So
For example, so the applicability says modification that results in re-landscaping more than 50% of the site's landscaped area.
What page are you on?
I'm sorry, page 49 of the
yeah.
final.
I haven't read this.
So again, if I own something in an R2 or an R3 and re-landscaping more than 50% of my site's landscape area, I understand that this will apply to me.
Correct. That's what it said.
How do I know what 50% of the landscaped area is? Like, is it the front setback? Is that assumed to be landscape except the driveway? Is it the rear setback? Is it the total side setback? I don't understand. Like, what does landscaped area
This
mean?
is kind of derived, again, from the water efficient landscape ordinance, which that's the term language it uses. And so I think that's probably where this language came from.
Is it defined in there somewhere, or like you can
Well,
figure
it's
out?
just you have to submit landscape plans.
Correct.
So when you submit your landscape plan, you have your building, you have your paved areas, and what's left in your walls, and what's left is your landscaped area, and just within that.
Unpaved surface, unpaved area?
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
or even paved. They could be, like, you could have a decomposed granite or a permeable paved patio and have a tree in it, right?
It's technically only really defined in our front setbacks where everything has to be landscape, live plant material, except for driveways and walkways to your front door.
Right, but the water efficient landscape ordinance applies to your
Applies
whole
to your
yard,
whole yard.
everything. And this, the intention, I think, of this is to do the same. It's going to be like whatever area the water efficient landscape ordinance applies to, this applies to.
And we can pull that, make sure you have that.
Make it clear.
From the, it was a state requirement for the model water efficiency landscaping ordinance. So when we adopted that, we'll make sure you have that language and then we can recommend incorporating that in here.
So along the lines, same landscaping, somewhere, and I can't find it right now, it says something about in the lower avenues, no artificial turf in the parkways.
Yeah.
Why only in the lower avenues? Why did that happen?
Isn't that everywhere in the
That's
city?
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I can't find it now. I found
It's in the, it's on page,
I think it's also everywhere else.
Is it in a character?
it's on page 27. It's in the character area
I'm
requirements.
sorry, where?
I think it's on
27.
page 27. It says parkways shall be planted with live plants, either turf. I think this was taken.
No, I mean, somewhere, I can't find it right now. It said no, it said specifically in the lower avenues, in the parkway, no artificial turf.
That's what I'm saying. Look on, if you have the,
I do.
7.
this page that has just the character areas,
20,
page 27 of the new version, the very bottom one. So that's the lower avenues and the topic is parkways and it
Yeah,
says artificial turf is
yeah,
not
why
permitted.
is it just in that area?
I think this came from, didn't this come from the previous from the guidelines?
It could be in there.
Well, the lower avenues,
If we talked about it, it would mean for all areas.
So currently in the avenues, there's a requirement that the parkways be grass. And the conversation on March 29th amongst the commission was that it was really important that you shouldn't be allowed to put in artificial turf because you were seeing that, I think, in certain areas. So the conversation was focused very much on the avenues at that time. I mean, that was on March 29th. So it sort of grows out of the existing guideline and then the specification of it not being allowed to be artificial.
Okay, so can we then, for a recommendation to city council, that be all parkways in the city? I'm not sure how
Let's see
that
if
goes.
we say that or not.
And that is the case right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought we said it.
It's not, it only shows up there.
Yeah,
Permeable.
so the
Only
zoning-
where did it
Oh,
say no
okay, so-
artificial turf?
Oh.
Yeah, just quickly, the zoning doesn't include development standards for the parkways. That's in the public right of way under the domain of the Public Works Department, but we might have, what do you have there?
We
Pat?
have it.
We have a
We have it
guideline?
in here. So, no, it's a standard.
Oh, for us, now. but
Now, we're
currently.
proposing it for all of anywhere you have a parkway. Well, I happen to be looking at the page 37 or page 24 is R1, either one.
Parkway.
So what it says, excluding the driveway apron and 1 4-foot wide non-permeable pedestrian path across it, the parkway shall be comprised of permeable surfaces. At least 75% of permeable surfaces shall consist of live plants, and no more than 25% shall consist of gravel, rocks, DG, or similar materials. It does not say the other 25%. We could say no artificial turf,
Right, I'm
plant
just wondering
materials.
why the lower avenues were singled out, that's
Oh,
all. That's all.
okay.
I mean, because I don't think that was our discussion, that we would just single
yeah.
out, because we don't want it on the hills, we don't want it in
Right,
the, we
right.
don't want it in
Want
the
it
upper
anywhere.
avenues.
Right, got it.
Maybe you want it,
No, we don't want it
we don't want
anywhere.
it anywhere.
So Pat is making a recommendation that we specify
mean,
no artificial.
we can just add that, right? We can just say,
Yeah.
just reiterate, no artificial
Right.
plants.
I think that would be a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Matthew, go ahead.
Tell me.
Yeah, I think you actually
Oh, I'm
had,
ready, yeah. But anyone else?
I think you actually had something underlined that I wanted to talk about too, that I saw.
Okay. Which one?
Okay, well, can then,
A lot of
if,
things on that.
if we'll go to page 21, the garage access, again, here we've singled out the rear alley less than 20 feet wide. This exception is not applicable to properties in the character area, Barrel Heights and Lower Avenues. Now, I'm not understanding the 20-foot thing. So the Lower Avenues, didn't we decide that if anywhere, upper, lower, wherever, if you have an alley, unless there's a pole and it's in some strange round thing, that they have to have alley access, right? And then I see this 20-foot width.
Right, because they have to have a turning radius that they'll have to make to get into that, to pull in. And if the width of that doesn't give them that turning radius to turn into their drive or their garage, that's where that 20-foot width is coming
What's
from.
the width of the Lower Avenue alley?
I think they're wider because right now it is required, period. And I think that's why we called out the Barrel Heights and Lower Avenues is that has always been required. That is the one, those are the two locations where it is required that if they have alley access, they have to get access off the alley, or if they have an alley,
It has to be.
they have to get access off the alleys. So that's why we called that out. The issue, so I'm presuming those are wider alleyways in those areas. I haven't gone and measured them, but
Yeah.
the point being is the concern is if it's narrower than 20 feet, that's it, like the difficulty of being able to do the turning radius to get into a drive or a garage from the alley is not, it's not
Just
there.
wondering
Yeah.
where that is. Oh, so up on the upper avenues, there's a couple of little jogs. There's a couple of houses that have a little bit of a jog. Is that where we're talking, or like on Avenue A? And I'm just concerned that we're going to have people using this as a way to get away from doing the alley, because for some reason
They don't get to guess if it's 20 feet. We'll have
I'm saying, are we saying it's in those places where it's kind of tight?
Yeah,
It might be one or two houses. It's not the entire street.
Exactly, correct,
Okay.
correct. And it's, similar to the, item B, like it's in line with what item B is, which is where you were just talking about with the power poles or
Right.
utility structures. So it's
Okay.
basically, it's an obstruction for them to be able to turn into that. So, we don't want to sit there and say, oh, you have to gain access, but then, they have an
You can't
SUV
get
and they
in
can't
there.
turn
Okay,
in to get
okay.
into it.
So it's, yeah. Okay, gotcha.
I mean, I could hit it with my, subcompact car, but
Well, I do know there's a couple little places where there's jogs. I guess that's what you're talking about.
yeah. And it's called out because it's not something that's going to be common.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, guys.
On that, Director Forbes, on page 27 of the final document, I would have expected to see the upper avenues included in the character area, or at least lower avenues and upper avenues, or is there a reason it wasn't included in the character areas for upper avenues with those requirements?
In the standards, so we pulled these so these are the two areas that actually had specific standards in our current residential design guidelines. We did not want to lose those.
Yep.
The upper avenues are in the character areas in those guidelines in the back, but those have never had the standards of that. That being said, I want to say that we did add something with the alley access. It was either no. The alley access or front driveway from the front with a garage in the rear. There was something that we added on that.
For the upper avenues?
It was highlighted in the slideshow today that it was a change, but I guess I was expecting it to see it as a character area.
Yeah.
And I know
Yeah,
that-
we weren't adding it as a character area standard because there are other areas that may have alleys that we also wanted to, take that into consideration.
Well, we're basically saying this is what it says right now, that anytime you have an alley, you have to have access. You have to take access from the alley. That's what page 21 says.
Got it, got it.
Regardless of
Period,
what
right?
area it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Regardless of where it is.
Okay.
Okay.
thank you, Pat. I knew we had it somewhere. I'd already
Right.
turned pages at that point.
Right, and we actually added it, we might as well just note this, to the multifamily as well.
Okay.
So if you have an alley access.
Okay, great.
And then at least in the upper avenues, in the old design guidelines, it used to say that a rear-loaded garage access by a driveway is also acceptable, but it looks like in the final document, that is not permitted. So again, I'm reading the 2003 design guidelines. East of Pacific Coast Highway, alley access for garages is strongly encouraged. Again, there's that subjective word, but not required. A rear-loaded garage access by a driveway along the side of the lot is also acceptable. Front-facing garages are out of character in the neighborhood and strongly discouraged in this area.
So we're taking that out.
Well, yeah, so
Right,
As long as there's
so,
an alley, they should be using the alley
Right.
for their driveway.
and that's what on page 21, number 2, it's saying, this isn't, the only call out for Barrel Heights and Lower Avenues is that there's that 20-foot is not going to be an exception. So the access to a garage in the rear of the lot shall be provided directly from the alley, except that access may be provided by a driveway access from the front of the property if either of the following conditions are presented. So we had talked about, you'd said, having that rear garage, but the driveway access from the street, if that's what they're going to have to do.
If there's a pole.
If there's a pole or it's 20-foot wide alley access in that point,
okay.
they are not going to be able to get that access from the alley, but they're still going to have that rear garage.
Okay. I think, so let's say if I own one of the houses in the upper avenues and my current is a rear-loaded garage and I want to keep a rear-loaded garage, I don't want alley access, I don't have alley access, but I have an alley behind my house, I'm required to have alley access, right?
No, well, I mean, if you already have that, we're talking about, that's going to be a pre-existing non-conforming.
Okay.
This is new construction.
Okay, I want to rebuild it and put I don't know, whatever, like for whatever reason, I'm doing construction back there and I'm building something new, but I want to keep my rear load garage. I'm not allowed to, as proposed, right? I think rear load garages are perfectly acceptable.
No, they're not, and I'm going to tell
But
you
there's a lot of upper avenues houses that have
Let me
rear load
explain
garages.
this to you.
Yeah.
Well, we have a few on every one of the lower avenues as well. And they're the older homes. But what happens is when everybody uses their alleys for the cars, you then have a really sweet neighborhood without cars driving in off the avenues. You have kids on the sidewalks, you don't have to worry about cars passing the sidewalks. So there's an alley back there, and I'm biased, I grew up with an alley, it was really nice having that. And then in the front, it was just children playing on the sidewalks. So we don't want cars crossing, it kind of is a neighborhood vibe.
I get it, but I think that. And
Don't take your house down, Matt.
We've had projects, I won't, but I think if currently rear-loaded garages were deemed as compatible and acceptable, then I think they should, east of Pacific Coast Highway, then I think this should continue to be an option for the people if that's what they want to do. If they want to do alley, they can. If they want to do rear load, they can. They cannot do front-facing garages. I think that's what I'm trying to limit, so.
So shall we vote on that next month,
Yeah.
this month?
So what do we do if we have some recommendation that may not be agreeable or?
It won't be included as a recommendation.
Right, you're going to have to vote on that resolution with the recommendations.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you got to get
What do you-
the majority to agree. I mean, I understand, it's interesting you say that because if you look at number 1, it says a lot that is not a sloping lot with a rear alley shall have a garage in the rear of the lot. And it's not talking about whether it's an alley access or if it's a driveway access. It's just saying that, shall be at the rear of the lot. It's the next section, that garage access, when there is a rear alley, is, the only qualifiers of where you could have that driveway is if,
Yeah,
yeah.
it really is, it's part of the neighborhood, and it always has been on both uppers and lowers.
Yeah,
There are some exceptions on both sides of the west and east of the highway.
And there is evidence that when you have fewer cars, you have greater degree of walkability, and you have a greater degree of neighborhood communication. There's just been lots of research on that. I have a question on page 26, the map. So there are two identifiers on the in the north end, R1A zone and Golden Hills. Those are synonymous, really.
Are they?
They are.
well, the Golden
Because-
Hills is also R1A.
The Golden Hills is also R1A. And R1A, where it says R1A, that's also considered
Golden Hills.
Right? So there,
Is it called the Golden Hills or the Golden Triangle?
Both.
Okay, so we could make that whole thing the Golden Hills.
you can make the whole area, all that R1A is also considered Golden Hills. I actually didn't know that that lower area was considered the Golden Hills. I thought that triangle was just the Golden Hills. But it's essentially, it's a real estate moniker, right, or identifier. So, it has some degree of flexibility to it, right?
Are you renaming parts of the city right now?
Yeah, some R1A zone may be safer.
And it may be safer just to say R1A zone. Because again, the Golden Hills is a real estate identifier.
So just call it R1A zone.
Yeah. Golden Hills is a lovely name, but
Somebody's going to say, I live in the Golden Triangle, not the Golden Hills. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna tell you that I'm really jealous because I don't have a name.
R1A zone it is.
otherwise known as the tall and skinnies. but
Right.
right.
I have a couple questions. One, the question came up of swimming pools being built and stuff like that. I don't recall necessarily seeing swimming pool setbacks. It's really the sort of decks and all that stuff, right? Are there
Correct. Because
specific?
swimming pools aren't a structure.
No, well, they are, but they don't have it's called out specifically in the municipal code that there is no setback for swimming pools. Yeah, the equipment, it has to be set
Yeah,
back.
that's
One of
correct.
my
Equipment
neighbors
cannot
are
be
gonna
in the
be
side
surprised.
yard setback, but it can be in the rear yard all the way to the property line.
I'm recalling our conversation about encroachments over the last couple of years.
Is that something we should be addressing?
It's ultimately, we just revised that section of code. There was no conversation about the swimming pool section of it. Lengthy conversations about that section of code with council.
So I can put my water slide right by my neighbor's.
You could put a slide,
I don't know, because that's a structure.
That's a structure, right?
But
Depending
yeah.
on what the height
Naked
is.
2:00 in the morning.
I think they're about.
But, if you want city council, you could make that recommendation that they consider setbacks for swimming pools. That's.
I was just
just
curious.
something
I
to-
didn't mean to mention any setbacks. I need the space.
Are you serious? Actually, I believe Carrie called earlier, one of the calls, and she had sent me a picture today.
Yeah.
And the swimming pool that's going in is literally, wall, doesn't look like maybe 2 feet, and the pool. So, it is, it's,
Like 18 inches. So,
yeah, it's tight. It may not even be
I think it's worth a recommendation, really. I think as we move forward and I think this is the concern that residents have expressed, is that not only are the houses are getting bigger, but they're encroaching more and more on the neighbors. There seems to be a new attitude that that's okay. And I think whatever we can do to, this is a privacy issue. I know that Lisa has brought that up before, how to address the privacy. You've made a great attempt on the windows. I appreciate that. And, I think we're the planning commission. I think people call us and they're concerned about, and in Carrie's case, she understands that won't change for her, but maybe in the future, right?
I wrote that one down.
Okay, thank you.
Let me get my plans in first.
You better get your plans in.
Next question I have on page 9 of today's handout, down at the bottom, roof decks. It says solid guardrail on sides. Very last of that. I think you mean a wall, right? Not a guardrail.
Yeah, it's the railing, so.
It's required railing.
Yeah.
Required railing? Is it
yeah.
are we talking about a wall?
So we're talking
or
about
a rail?
I think totally a wall is what I think we're really talking about.
No, this was on.
Or you could do a railing with
Let's look and see what,
something.
let's.
With a clear
see what
piece
we
of glass under
This was
it,
on
which
roof
is
decks. This
just
was
a
on
clear
roof
wall.
decks.
I'm not sure
I think
how.
the wall was in terms of privacy.
I think we were talking wall.
I think it was. I think what it's talking about is if it was front, rear, it can have the glass panels, but if it's
Yes,
on the
right.
side, it's got to be solid so that you're not like looking. It's not another window, basically.
That's exactly
Right,
It doesn't mean you can't stand up and then look over your roof deck, but you're also going to be set back. But this is just giving that a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't think that wording is
So
right.
the language, well, we better to look at the actual
Yeah, let's look
document.
at that.
Let's look at page 19
Okay.
of the current thing. The current thing. Number 5, guardrails. It says, the sides of balconies, decks, and roof decks facing a neighboring residential use shall be enclosed with a minimum 42-inch high, non-transparent, solid barrier that is designed to be consistent with the overall style of the building.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just still, the word guardrail conjures up something different, doesn't it?
Yeah, and we can certainly, next presentation,
Okay.
make sure we change that
It
language.
kind of comes from building code, because
Right.
you're
Does
up
it?
on
So
the roof deck.
guardrail
A
has a
guardrail, you have to have
specific
That's all the building
definition
code
that doesn't
Yeah.
mean guardrail.
Yeah, because it's truly a protected, you have to have that railing at that height.
Okay.
Yeah, building code
But
just.
the walls don't have to have a railing. They're just walls.
No, they are the rail. I mean, they serve as the guardrail.
They act
Okay.
as the safety barrier, or guardrail is usually the building code term.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is our intents that we added up in the yellow-orange. That's where it speaks to, this is for visual privacy and noise. I mean, maybe a little bit noise, but mainly for the visual, barrier.
Okay. Those were my questions.
Wow.
Do we have any other questions? Do we have any other public comment?
We do not have any Zoom attendees right now. No e-comments.
No e-comments. All
I
right.
have another comment.
All right.
Please, go.
Oh, we have more comments. Oh, okay. All right. Commissioner
It's not
Inslee.
going down easy.
All right, I'll talk about character neighborhoods. I want to talk about one character neighborhood. Can I ask kindly for the agenda packet, page 144?
144, yes.
So one of the new character neighborhoods is the Fay and Susanna neighborhood. And at the last meeting, we talked about, right now it's identified as a character neighborhood, but everything is a guideline kind of put in the back of this document, not required, nothing objective, nothing special, nothing that is required of new development should it occur in that neighborhood. And so before this whole process, I didn't know this neighborhood existed. or that it was.
No, it's the secret neighborhood.
Yeah, and I don't live there, near there. I don't know anyone. I just took an interest because kind of no one on the commission lives there, so I wanted to give a comment. So this neighborhood, again, is identified as a new character neighborhood. So at the last meeting, when we talked about it, we said, okay, what makes it character? How can we objectify what it is that makes that a character neighborhood? And so I went through that neighborhood recently. It's only a couple of streets, and again, took some pictures. But I think that the one thing that is predominant to me is that every single house, except for maybe one of them in the cul-de-sac, had a peaked roof with a ridge parallel to the street. That was 100% clear on that neighborhood, and I'll show you some pictures. There were no flat roofs. There were no, I call them complex roof structures, and no pitched roofs perpendicular to the street. Roofs really dominate the view from the front. They're simple, large. It's really kind of the only identifying thing I could find. The second thing that I noticed when I went there was if there's a front-facing garage and it's set forward more than a little bit, I don't know how to quantify that, but like if it's 3 or 4 feet set forward, and I'll show you some pictures, that's not a lot, but if it's like 7, 8, 9 feet set forward, then at 100% of the time, that garage had a pitched roof perpendicular to that house. So those are the only two things I got to identify. Weren't in all the houses, but those were the only two objective characteristics. I couldn't find anything else about front windows, garages, of a lot of different styles, you know, lots of different things, but those were the two objective things that I identified. So I wanted to share the pictures. So if we go to the next slide. So again, on the left and on the right, this is a garage that's kind of even with the front plane, but you can see the roof ridge is parallel to the street. They're very simple, large roof structures. Again, these two happen to have, you know, fireplaces in the front, but not a lot of them, or not all of them did. You go to the next slide. The best picture I can find is the one on the left there, where if you look at, well, maybe the one on the right, that garage is only set forward maybe 2, 3, 4 feet, and then it has the kind of keeps the same roof. But on the left side, they set it forward 6, 7 feet of the garage, and it has a pitched roof.
The other way.
The other way. And if you go to the next slide, I don't have too many pictures of this one. So on the left side, same thing, very different look of that house, but the peak is parallel to the street, and the pitched roof over the garage is, you know, perpendicular to that. There's only been 1 or 2 remodels in that neighborhood. One of them is on the right there, and even they did a pretty good job of keeping with it. Dormers are not common, but their next door neighbor has dormers, so whatever. Go to the next slide. So again, I didn't take a ton, and this isn't a huge thing, but again, the only 2 things I saw that were objective and character that made them character is that it had a peak roof, and it was a ridge parallel to the street, you know, one ridge. And then again, if you have a front-facing garage set forward, and I don't know what that distance is, but 8 feet, 6 feet, 10 feet, whatever that measurement is, that I think that the garage should be pitched. So my example or my idea is, if there's not these character areas, someone can come in and build a modular house or a 30-foot tall, you know, modern flat roof construction, and they would not be in character with this character neighborhood that's been identified. So I couldn't find any other identifiable things, but at a minimum, I think I would propose those to be objective parts, and that it would be added to the, on the next slide there, adding it to the character area standards as identified. So anyway, that was my proposal.
So instead of being guidelines for the character, for this particular character area, those would be standards and go up with the other standards, selected standards for the character area.
So it would be a newly identified character area. So I think all the other guidelines would remain, like history and construction and what the things are made out of. That's all fine for reference, but shall objective standards in the character area standards, I think should be, and I'm open to other suggestions or designers, you know, feedback of better ways to say this, but those are the 2 things that I found when I looked at it. So, because my opinion from the beginning has always been, I don't have a lot of high value in shoulds and recommendations and things that are not enforceable. Like, it's either objective and it shall be done, or it's everything else.
Why bother?
Yeah, why spend time? So yeah, those are my, that was one of my homework items from the last meeting, and that's what I found, so,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you.
That's it for the character area. Any,
Oh, I see. Character areas on page 27.
any other questions or comments from me?
I thought Commissioner Lamb had something else you wanted to talk about.
I do. Page 17 of our packet for the presentation. This could be construed, this picture could be construed as 4 stories. And there certainly are examples in the community where there is an appearance of 4 stories. And I want to just bring it to your attention and have a discussion about ways to address this, such as if you have a basement garage, you're not allowed to have a mezzanine. You can't have both.
That was their original proposal when we.
Was that your original?
No, that was their original proposal. We did away with that to come up with a height limit. Because the design community said, like, why are we doing that? Like, why are you?
Keep with the.
Yeah, if you recall, there was the one gentleman in the audience who had mentioned how he wouldn't even been able to build the house that he had. And I think with that, like, there's that basement garage. They're not going to have a choice but to have a basement garage on a sloping lot like that. Or I shouldn't say they wouldn't, but chances are if you're going to have a major sloping lot, you don't get much choice of like now ramping up and getting your.
I think the challenge with the sloping lot is there is opportunity to put a garage in there and then a basement, right? So that's the first and potentially the floor. I understand, even as I'm talking now, I understand the challenge, right? I think it does speak to the quandary about these mezzanines. And that they continue, if we value the idea that basements can present minimal visual impression of a story, right? And then they have a first story and a second story. It's the mezzanine then, the value. I think I have less value. I value less that mezzanine. And if I were to choose, I would choose not to have the mezzanine.
I think that's a great idea, Sheila. One or the other.
One or the other.
Basement or the mezzanine, you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but they have to have the garage in the basement, so.
Yeah, the garage is a requirement.
Right, the garage is a requirement. And there's no, again, you can have a garage and a basement, right? And sometimes the basement is going to be depending, right? The basement is going to either be counted for square footage or not, right? We're not going to that grade of detail, right? To restrict that.
Right, but if they're required to have garage parking and they can't change from existing grade to finished grade more than 30 whatever inches. Yeah, 30 inches.
On the side.
They can't create something where they can now like, oh, okay, well now I can have windows on my first story. You know, they're now basically having their basement, they're like forced then to have that basement as their square footage, regardless of, you know, how they're utilizing it. Now they wouldn't be able to be allowed to have a mezzanine because they're required to have that garage. They wouldn't be allowed to grade the property if it's a pretty steep lot. They would be able to grade it so that they can bring that garage up to be on that first story. So now they have to, like, no matter what, that's going to be a basement and qualify as a basement. And then it's required of them to have this basement on those sloping lots.
Because it's attached to the garage,
they can't,
right?
because they're not able to change the slope to bring that up.
Yeah. Right. I think it's still a quandary. I think it's, we've been asked to address the mass and bulk of these new buildings, right? These new homes. And we talked about, so what, from your perspective, Lisa and Pat, what could be done to reduce if the mezzanine was under the second roof, required to be under the second roof, the second story roof, what could be done to reduce the mass and scale of that roof structure? What could you limit
So that's what we've tried to do with the setback. That's the point of the setbacks, is you, instead of, like, the examples that Matthew gave were very good, the R1As, because they showed that what people have done is they've just done basically a 11-inch floor to see, floor, which is basically 2 floors, and put a mezzanine in it, because you have a 30-foot height limit. As long as you have the 30-foot height limit, you can put a big massive blocky building in, and even if I didn't have a mezzanine, I could build 2 15-foot floors, right?
Right.
That's what, as long as you have a 30-foot height limit, that's what you can do.
Well, except for that, we do have.
Did you get a light bulb?
Yes.
What? You got go.
Yeah, so I go back to the last meeting where the design committee was sitting out there and they said, don't limit mezzanines and basements. If height is your problem, limit height. Okay, so I would propose that, like, can we see the picture on slide 17 of today's presentation?
Sure.
Okay, so as shown, not the issue, but the 30-foot maximum goes up as the slope goes up. That's how it's currently defined. That's how it's currently measured.
Yeah.
But that's why when if you look at the first story, the second story, and the mezzanine, I'm assuming let's just assume every story is 11 feet and the mezzanine is 11 feet, 11, 22, 33, 44.
10, say.
Okay, 10 feet, 10, 20, 30, 40. So you're 40 feet from where that person's standing, right? Even though you're 30 feet from the slope. So if we just limit the height from the front of the building to 30 feet or 35 feet or pick some height, and say the mezzanine has to be wholly within, that second story can't go to 30 feet. So that's what I envisioned when they said, if your problem is height, limit height. If your problem is, and don't make it complicated, and give them the ability to do mezzanine or basement or do whatever they want to design, but they have to fit it within X height, not as currently defined. I would define it differently to say on a slope lot over 13.3% or whatever they come up with, the maximum height as measured from the street is 38 feet, 32 feet, 40 feet. I don't know what the number is, but so then you would basically cap that structure. You could not fit in first story, second story, and a mezzanine. And if you forced the mezzanine within the second story, you couldn't raise the second story all the way to that dotted line if you kept the height. So that was what I was thinking. And at the last meeting, we said, don't limit mezzanines or basements, do something with the height. And at this meeting, we can figure out what that something is. So that's what I would propose to change, to give flexibility, but still not allow 4 stories.
Yeah.
Go way up.
Yeah,
though.
exactly.
Maybe,
It's
but
always been from the.
They just make it blockier.
yeah, but that's the,
Let's see what they say. Let's see what they say about the ordinance.
I think
Yeah.
coming from a height standpoint is probably the best way to solve the problem. Is just get rid of this 30-foot height thing and just make it, I don't know, 25 feet or whatever.
Yeah.
I think that your suggestion of basing it on X number of feet at street level and putting it straight back, are there unintended consequences that we're going to run into with that? Because every hill is a different slope. And every hill is, you're going to wind up with a lot of your house embedded in the hillside.
that's where it's hidden, but yeah,
But
probably.
keeping the height at, the height goes up parallel to the hillside, but instead of making it 30, make it 25 or make it 22.
So is the standard now so that, okay, so you've got a hillside like this, the standard is 30 feet, 30 feet, 30 feet?
Yes.
And what you're saying is, and I think there was some discussion about this, that it's 30 feet,
Yes.
right?
Or 35, because again, I don't think that 30 is necessarily the right number, because I don't think that you have to go straight across. There should be some, because from the front, there is some offset of the mass by setbacks, but I don't think that in totality, it's sufficient or gets away from the look of 4 stories. Because that garage, I don't care how much of it's under the buried. If you see a garage, that's a level. Like, I don't care what you call it. Like,
Right.
that's a floor.
I agree.
Right, and
Then the first floor, second floor, and then you see a mezzanine up there, even if it's from the side or something. So
And I think that, ultimately what we were looking at by requiring that additional second story setback for, instead of it being from the rear 5 feet, having it be from the front an additional 5 feet. And this mezzanine will actually be set back from the rear from this. This was the mistake.
Right.
But the point of that being is, so and if you recall the images that we had in the presentation, that we had the 2 where you couldn't even see the mezzanines from that level because they had been set back. So I think, that what we were trying to do is, if you require everything to be shifted back, now, if you do the, measuring it straight from street level, whether it's 35 feet, whatever it might, you might still run into a point where somebody might not be able to get, they may not be able to get a first and second story. I don't know. It really depends on their lot and the shape of that. And that's a pretty massive study for us to try and figure that out on what that height might land at. That being said, is now you're going to see, because you're addressing the height, they're going to shift everything up to the front, because they're going to want to get what their square footage is. They're going to, so now you're still going to have this different massing at the front instead of it looking like multiple stories, more stories because of that garage. Now, instead, you might see more of like that straight up
we have
situation.
Setback and second floor setback and rooftop setbacks to address those frontal things. So
You do, yeah. I think that this is something that would take significant study, because this is a situation where you wouldn't want to really reduce the ability for somebody to develop equally what somebody else in that zone might be able to, just because they're on a sloping lot. And do bear in mind, like, going back to that, basement or mezzanine, even with that, we're requiring that they have to have a garage, but we're also limiting it. They can't change the grade of their property by more than 3 feet from what the existing grade is. So like, they're not going to be able to build that up to make that on the first story. So you basically, because they're on a sloping lot, you're already just period taking out. It's not like they get to choose because they don't get to choose because of what our other standards require. So just something to bear in mind. I think that what you're thinking, like we would really have to make sure that it's not taking away somebody's ability to develop their property at something that others are able to do.
Two things. One is at some point in time, whether it was by standard or by custom, that was in my R1A area. That was the rule, right? That it was the height was what was judged from the street, and then it went straight back, right? It wasn't 30 feet, 30 feet, 30 feet. And I have some examples of that. There are some examples of that on Steinhardt, actually. There's some hills there. Certainly, I could send you a picture.
And that might have been, well, it depends on when that was developed. It could have been developed 40, 50 years ago, and the codes.
It was probably, in the probably 70s, 80s, right? The second question, so I'm just saying, yes, that may have been a standard, if not by custom, because we see it. There's evidence of it now, right? Just so that you know that it exists. And then the other piece here is, I understand what you're saying about depriving a property owner of rightfully being able to build on their own land. Is that correct? And there's some legal issues around that. And are you thinking that it would put potential for a lawsuit to the city when you make that statement?
I'm not going to say that in a public setting. I have been very, very cautious with my language, but when you're limiting because you're requiring certain things, you're saying, oh, well, you could get to choose that they don't get to choose because they're of what they are required to build on the property and how they can't change some things on their property. And for good reason, like you don't want them to change their grade because then it impacts how stormwater lands on their neighboring property. So there's a lot of other issues that come with that. That being said, if in that zone, somebody who is not on a sloping lot has certain, in general, there's certain development rights that are in that zone, but you're saying on this property, this is, you're basically limiting the amount that they can develop because of some of the restrictions that you have that are standards and requirements in the zoning code, and they don't have that flexibility. There may be issues with that.
Right, right. Third quick question, and that is the standard of measuring height. That's in the code, is that correct?
Right.
Mm-hmm. And the standard is 30 feet at whatever level, right?
Yeah.
If it's a sloping lot, it's 30 feet at whatever level on the not just at the bottom. Correct? Okay. So just to talk with us, right? So our options sort of default back to we can either do as has been suggested here about altering the way the height is measured, but that looks like it's coming, right? It's got too many restrictions on it, limiting the mezzanine, right? Or limiting the basement.
But we need a driveway. What they're saying is you have to have a garage, and the garage has to be if the house is in the middle of the lot, that's the only place you can put your garage, is in the front.
Right. Right. So the only real flexibility that we have here is the mezzanine.
Mezzanine. Yeah,
Or your setbacks.
I'm not a big fan.
I mean, that's a, like, you can look at what is that concern? Is it the concern that you're seeing the mezzanine from a certain area? Is it, just something to think about, like on a sloping lot, maybe the setback could be something that's a little bit varied in the mezzanine.
Yeah.
I
think it's the bulk. It's I had 3 conversations today about mansionization. People are concerned about the houses being so big and all of the.
It's the best tool.
And maybe this is something where you can think about in the next month how you want to
Right.
propose that. And, maybe there are a couple different options that you can come up with that you as a planning, we don't have to come up with that solution right now because it's going to be something you're going to recommend to city council if you do. But maybe there are a couple different solutions or ideas you can, think about around that.
Right. Okay, just interesting bits of information for all of us here. So the Turner Institute did a study of the FAR across California, or selected municipalities. And did you know that single-family FAR requirements in this study, that 75%, 71.4% of municipalities had a FAR for single-family zone of 0.26 to 0.5. Right, that's smaller than our 0.65.
Except for it's really 0.8.
Yeah, but it's
Except for it's really 0.8 with all the, right, with all the
That's the problem
bonuses.
that we have.
What was the FAR you just mentioned?
Is it really?
I'm sorry?
What was the FAR?
71% was between 0.26 and 0.5.
Right.
0.5.
Did they talk about the size of those lots?
Yeah, the 5,000 square foot lot.
Yikes, that's a tiny house.
Let's see, 3.9% of the studies was 0.25 or lower, really small. 0.51 to 1 was 22%. And 1.1 to 1.5, 2.6%. So, that would, let's see, I'm sorry, let me just double check. That was single family. I think they did the multifamily also. Let's see, 34% had for the multifamily was 0.26 to 0.5. 35% were 0.51 to 1.
Wow.
13% 1.1 to 1.5, and 15% were higher than 1.5. This is across California. I cannot tell you, oh yes, I can tell you the total, the number of municipalities was approximately 100.
Well, it's
Slightly less.
basically the older homes on a 5,000 or 6,000 square foot home. So you had, a lot. So you had a 1,300 square foot, or 2,000 in those days were big.
Yeah.
800 was standard.
Yeah. So on 5,000 or 6,000 square feet, that's how you get those numbers.
Yeah.
Now, is that what the municipalities have or what they zone?
Let's see.
That's a really good question.
Well, to what?
A lot of old houses.
Commissioner Gazen.
Okay.
Yeah.
In our survey sample of over 250 cities and counties, only 53 reported FAR standards for multifamily development. Okay. So you're correct. This is what's on the books.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of old houses, basically.
Right.
Commissioner Lamb, could you send that, actually, I'm going to be away for the next 2 weeks, but if you could send that to Sean so he can have that circulated to the commissioners, that would be great.
Yeah, sure. It's an interesting article because it's, the article is in favor of SB 478, which, and I don't know whether it was passed, but it, if passed, it would require that the minimum FAR would be 1.75.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what it was in Hoboken, and that's like straight up.
So, yeah, so I thought it was interesting, the contrast between what they found and what they were proposing.
Yeah, right.
Well, and I don't think it's unusual for cities to have a situation and then make the FAR smaller, or I think, Santa Monica did that. Just recently they said, if I'm not mistaken, they don't want basements any longer underground because they were making the square footage of the house so big. So I think they just recently stopped having basements in Santa Monica, allowing them full basements, not garages, but just full basements.
So that's
Sometimes they take things away. We can take stuff away,
So is that an option that you might want to suggest, that no basement, just garage?
Oh, no, because I think if it's underground, I really don't have a problem.
Yeah, why does that bother
No, because underground doesn't mean underground. Underground means that less than 4 feet of 50% of the whatever. That's what underground means.
That's sort of underground.
When you say underground, it means you can't see it. When they
In
go
those
to the city, underground
situations,
means
you can't
what
see
underground
them.
means.
You can't see them.
But if there's a garage door, you can see the garage door.
Well, let's say that the garage door,
always
okay,
gonna
so
be
you
there.
have a full basement on the bottom, the garage floor is on the dirt level, and then they have another.
Oh,
We're
I
not
see.
talking about sloping lots.
We're not talking about
No, we're
sloping
just
lots.
talking about, they're just
okay.
going down, they're putting whatever, 2,000 square feet. Then they put their garage level, living area, and then they put another area.
If I may, like, so that we can, I don't want to keep, Lisa and her team here.
Yes.
If there were any additional comments that you might have, or, we can, yeah.
2 more. Back, anyone else? Oh, I got more.
I'm all ears.
Thank you. 2 more. Back on the height thing for a second. We talked earlier about sloping lots, and that if their basement, garage, it doesn't count in the FAR, they basically get a 400 square feet free that their neighbor across the street that doesn't have a slope lot doesn't get. And if in the slope lot case, we change the height measurement and suddenly they can't do a mezzanine when the person across the street can, that's still only 250 square feet or 500 square feet difference. I'm not that worried about that because I don't see it different than what it is today. And again, I'm not trying to eliminate the second story from the house. But again, I don't know what the height is, but yeah, I still think controlling height, if that's the issue, is the way to go. So that's just my opinion. That's it for height. And then I have one more thing that homework from the last one. If I could see page 173 of the agenda packet, please.
Sure.
We're going to talk about cantilevers. I haven't talked about that much. So.
Yes, right.
The last meeting, it was talked about cantilevers in the R2 and R3 multifamily zones, and they're not always bad. So again, took some pictures, and we're going to talk about R2 and R3 multifamily zones. So go to the next slide. So our current general plan, land use element, and our municipal code have kind of, I'll call them design requirements, but I'll show them on the next slide. And in a lot of the new designs for R2 and R3, there's a lot of cantilever, which I'll show. Basically means like the house overhangs the driveway. That's what cantilever, hangs over the driveway. And then I have some examples of what I call good existing design. If you go to the next slide. Oh, sorry, one back. Sorry. That's fine. So our land use has a policy that says that residential projects shall be designed to convey the visual character of single-family residential neighborhoods and high-quality character. And talking about multifamily, basically the goal is to make it look like a single family from the front, is how I interpret that to mean. And if you go to the next slide. This one just talks about built environment, architecture, landscape, public open spaces, et cetera. You go to the next slide. Again, in the land use element review, it tells us we should review and modify as appropriate existing standards and procedures for control of residential building density, bulk, and mass, ensure compatibility of new development with the intended character of the neighborhoods in which they're located, and then monitor the effectiveness of design standards, which is kind of what we're doing now, of updating our design standards. Go to the next slide. Again, R2 and R3 multifamily, it says that located areas for multifamily development consistent with the general plan, and then achieve high quality design consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. And then D is ensure adequate light, air, privacy, and open space for each dwelling. And then again, in our municipal code, it says that R2 and R3 and R3A, in the last sentence there, are designed to convey the visual character of single-family residential neighborhoods. So we have multifamily. These are generally referred to as 2 on a lot, 3 on a lot. But as I read it, they're intended to look like single-family. That should be the design goal. So if you go to the next slide, some pictures here of what I believe does not follow that. So it's my personal opinion that the development as proposed, and this is an R3, this happens to be 6 units, so basically 3 and 3, 2 separate lots, but they basically cantilever to the maximum side setback, overhang the garage, and again, this is 6 units, so it's kind of worst case, but it makes this dark covered, poor design.
Where is this?
I won't divulge such sensitive information. And I apologize for having to do this. But again, at last meeting, I brought up cantilevers and everyone looked at me like I was nuts. And it's not so much the flat roof for this. It's not so much the 30-foot. For me, it's the cantilever is my issue for R2 and R3.
How close are these?
5 foot from the side setback of each one. So they're 10 feet
So
apart.
they're actually 10 feet apart? Did you use some
Sorry, hold
visual? This
No, because I know what the side
lens
setback
trick?
requirement is. Is that accurate? If this is an R3, is it 5 foot on the second floor and 5 foot on the other second floor? So they would be 10 feet apart?
Yeah,
If they're a standard 50-foot width
correct.
lot.
So
Okay.
you're saying these buildings are actually 10 feet apart?
If it's a standard width lot, which I can't guarantee it is, I didn't go out there with my tape measure, but yes, that's the side setback requirement. So go to the next slide.
7,000 square foot lot.
7,500. It's not only the new modular, modern, that's not my problem or not my concern. It happens in other coastal designs, any design, but this is what new development in R2 and R3 is doing, and I don't like it. I don't think it matches the general plan land use, talking about it has to look like a single family. I don't think that it matches the light and air and other requirements. I don't.
Well, that's because you guys don't,
Okay.
in those, they don't have a FAR, right?
There's no FAR, but
Well, you can see that.
I know, but to me, this is a second floor side setback issue, and then the cantilever is what I don't like. So yeah, it's big and boxy, that's one thing, but it's the cantilever that really gets me. So you can go to the next slide. And again, cantilever is the part overhanging the driveway.
Nice.
Yeah.
You can see, here's an example of, some new construction next to something older. Same thing on the right picture. You can see older cantilevers and newer cantilevers. It's been around a long time. It's not that new, but it's just been taken to a maximization of requirements. If you can go to the next slide. I wanted to show what it looks like when you have these are 2 R2s. Again, the other ones are R3s, so slightly more dense. But this is what it looks like when you have driveways with no cantilevers. And technically the one on the left is a 1 story. I don't know where the second story is back. And in the back, that back unit looks like it goes all the way to the 5-foot setback, the house on the left, and even the house on the right, right? So they get close there in the back. But I like this design because it hides all the bulk and mass in the back. And then you have no cantilever in the front for R2.
And it's much lighter.
Yeah,
terms of
air,
the light,
light,
light and air.
space.
But the argument, Matthew, would be that you're limiting their square footage because they have brought their second floor out to the max.
Yeah.
But not in these
They
situations.
look like, on the left side, a single story,
Yeah.
I think there's a second story, like the left side of the house.
probably a mezzanine.
You can go to the next slide. Go to the next slide. It's just a comparison of before and after.
That's way bigger on the right.
Yeah, it's just taller, it's bigger, it's all those things. And again, I'm not here to
You
criticize.
can't tell me those buildings are 10 feet
I
apart.
know, they look like they're such a jump thing,
No
Rob.
way.
There.
They look like
Do you have,
shake hands if you were on.
do you have something that you're proposing or that you've thought
Yeah.
of? So I just want,
I know,
I'm trying to be
sorry, it's at the
mindful.
end of my-
I know there are some early morning meetings over
I know, I'm
here.
sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's at the end of my material. And this is my last thing, my last topic, last comment. Can I see the end of my material?
The last one before the last one.
Yeah. There might be one or two pictures, but then I have my proposal. Okay.
Go ahead and scroll to
Another
the
picture, another
text.
example. Yeah, next slide.
Next. Okay.
Next.
Again, there's another 2-story, next slide. It's in the material, it's in the agenda
Yeah,
packet, you can look at it.
There we
Okay.
go.
So proposed objective standards limit to R2 and R3, and I think this should only be for like 3 units or 2 units, because some of these are like really big projects I don't think apply to those. But again, require single family, convey single family, ensure adequate air and privacy. So the proposal is that the second floor side setback should be increased to limit the use of cantilever design. So for R2 and R3, for the front unit, I would say no cantilever, and the middle unit, a small cantilever may be acceptable or no cantilever, and then the rear unit could go all the way to the side setback. And so that's how I would propose that, because I don't think anyone would design a single family residential house like that. That is not a single family design to me. Okay, next slide. That's it. So that's my,
I like that one.
That's the most important slide, yeah.
Like that.
now you know when you get to the end. So, yeah, that's my proposal. The issue is the second floor side setback of the front unit. The middle unit of an R3 needs to be whatever the width of the driveway is. And if you want to talk about small cantilevers, 3 feet, 5 feet, again, that's up for discussion. But that would reduce, again, meet the general plan, meet the municipal code, reduce the bulk and mass, which is also a requirement, and give more light and space to these developments that are currently going up.
Makes sense.
Yeah, bring it in general, I think what we're trying to do is bring all of these new developments in line with the general plan and the land use element. I think there's been something forgotten that was the intent.
We do.
All right, do we have anything else? All right. All right, do we have items from staff?
Thank you, guys. No, I am going to have the next South Bay Cities Council of Governments. They're having those housing education forums. The next one is going to be next Thursday. I'll make sure that Wendy, Latrice is out on Monday and Tuesday, so you'll see an email from Wendy on that one. And I think they have another one coming up next month as well. So and I'll
Noon again?
yeah. And so we'll get that out to you. June 1st is your next meeting. That'll be talking about the Artesia Aviation Corridors Area Plan and the implementation. It's very similar to what we were just talking about with, what the code changes will be for this. That will be looking at the code changes to implement the ACAP, that plan. And I think then you'll have a small wireless application on that meeting as well. And then we'll be back here to finish up this conversation on June 15th.
Thank you.
Okay, commission items and referrals to staff.
Questions? On the, thank you. Bye, thank you. On the, so on the ACAP, there's a proposal to change the FAR correct?
The proposal for what you'll see at the next meeting, and I don't want to get into that topic per se, is a very minor change. It's going from 0.5 to 0.6. The consideration for increasing the floor area ratio to a 1.5, that will come as part of the general plan update and the zoning code update that we're doing the environmental impact report on right now.
So any FAR changes that we're proposing, can that also come in conjunction with the update?
Probably not, because we are evaluating right now, like we have to move that forward. We have very strict deadlines that we have to hit for housing element purposes. Anything that would be changed, it's going to take time to make those, evaluate, make those changes. And we're already underway for reviewing the impacts of the what has been proposed land use wise to the land use element.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second question is, what new software is available for planning departments now that can streamline some of the processes that you can be so encumbering?
Well, that's great that you said that, because the city council just approved 2 months ago, I think, they approved a contract with City Tech.
City
Tech Solutions we're going to be implementing a new permitting software. So it's going to be a lot easier for people to submit their applications online, review the status of their applications online. It's going to help us track things a lot more easily. We went through a pretty intense, rigorous review process of different softwares in the last year. The city council approved that at the budget last year. And so we're now at that point of we've made the selection, and we're going to be implementing that probably this fall.
Great.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
So do you continue to look at for software? I was looking online, and there is some software that indicates that they can assist in zoning changes. I don't know how they would do that. May streamline it by knowing what by connecting with the appropriate laws, right? Or, AI, for example, right? GPT?
Feel free to forward whatever softwares that you have discovered, just because it's hard to say if something's going to make it easier or not, because it's not just what we say that the state code says.
Yeah.
It's what the state says the state code says.
Right.
So, yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, I digress. I'm sorry, but
No, thank you. That is an exciting, good news story. I'm familiar with it just because we've been dealing with it at the city council level, but that's, it is great to have different technologies and tools that help us. Yeah.
Agreed. When budgets are more static.
Yeah.
Right?
All right. Do I hear a
Motion to adjourn.
and a second?
Adjourn to June 1st.
All those in favor say aye.
To June 1st. Adjourn to June 1st.
June 1st.
Motion to adjourn to June 1st.
A second?
I second it.
Okay. All those in favor say
Aye.
aye.
All right, you're welcome.